Morgan, I'm just checking in, but I was on a mid-review, so I think I know basically what you all are up to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. I mean, I can tell you, Cisco, who's going to be on your review if you want to look at that work right now in the box folder, or you can be surprised.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Sorry, let me pull up.
Got it. Thank you. You have a baby and a dog in your studio. I just got regular people. I'm jealous.
Well, I need to change my away because currently it is a Chihuahua. So.
All right. Well, I will see y'all a little bit later. Thank you.
Okay. See you.
Yep.
Okay. I guess we should go ahead and get, oh, there's Elizabeth.
Hi.
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 Sorry, every time someone joins, it re-scrambles
Oh, yes.
the icons.
Yes. Hi, Wilfried.
Elizabeth, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? Good to see
I
you.
just finished, I'm doing very well. I just finished the last two pieces of bitter chocolate mint. I'm feeling ready to go.
Great.
Good.
I wish I had some of that. That sounds good.
I'd only be all too ready to share, but alas, it's all gone.
Alas.
And you're on a different continent, so.
Yes. Hi, Michael. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. I'm fine. Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Yes, you too.
Okay, let me make sure all the students are here. Okay, we're all present. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put in the chat again for everyone the order of students that you'll be looking at this morning. We have Hayden Hood first. Dylan, I've only said your last name once, Trelevin.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Okay. Nikki Gendelman. And Alexis, carry on. Okay. Just in case you haven't had a chance to look at the work ahead of time, but I guess they'll be sharing their screens as well. Okay, so I'm going to give a brief introduction to the reviewers, and reviewers, if I leave out something important, please correct me. And then I'll give a brief introduction to the project and the course over the semester, as well as looking at this site. And then we'll just jump into Hayden's presentation. Okay, so first we have Elizabeth Danzy with us. She's been the Associate Dean for the undergraduate program as well as the graduate program in the School of Architecture, the Interim Dean for the School of Architecture before Dean Addington was selected. She's an author and an editor. She's a practitioner, and her work examines the convergence of sociology and psychology with space and construction. We also have Wilfred Wang, co-founder of Hoyden Wang Partners in Berlin. He's a well-respected practitioner, author, and architectural critic. He has taught at the Harvard GSD along with other prestigious universities. Wilfred, I feel like the list of your accolades goes on and on. I was reading your bio and it just kept going.
It does go on and on. And
I know, needless to say, he is qualified to be here. And then we also have Michael Deere, who was in school with me actually, and I'm very happy to see him after many years. He's a principal at Arcadia Design and is also still doing work with Revel Architecture and Design in San Francisco. So those are our reviewers. So I know Elizabeth has a little bit of a background of what I've been doing this semester, but I'll state it for everyone. So in this course, the study of dance, and in particular, modern dance and ballet. So the study of dance, the art of human movement, was used as a tool to help us explore how our bodies move through space and measure it, and the role of movement and pause in a piece of choreography, as well as in our own daily lives. And thinking about dance as the art of human gesture or movement was meant to be a guide to help us celebrate how our bodies move through space as we create it. To not just categorize movement as like sitting, standing, walking, but to really think about it, think about the quality of that movement and the way in which a building plays a role in creating the quality of that movement. In their first project, they were tasked with responding to a set piece of choreography. They were given Martha Graham's work, Lamentation, and asked to create a place for that dancer to sit throughout that work. It was meant as an icebreaker into the world of dance, and it was maybe more like a polar plunge because I was asking them to respond to grief, basically. They rose to the challenge, and I think they all did really well. In their second project, they were asked to find a place that they liked to sit on campus and consider what compelled them to move to it and what compelled them to pause in it. And after analyzing their path of travel and their sitting spot and how their body fit into those spaces as they currently exist on campus, they were to propose an intervention to make what they found there more in service of the qualities that they most enjoyed, to make it more for them and to edit out the things that they didn't like. This was meant to help them to connect to campus in a time whenever they otherwise are not really connected to it in the same way they would be. But to also begin to consider the built environment in terms of how it choreographed them physically and emotionally, and to recognize it as malleable and full of possibilities. We then took a short pause to watch various dance pieces. And in particular, I wanted to use George Balanchine's Serenade as a bridge into the world of ballet. The first half of the semester, we really dealt with modern dance, just considering their own body movement through space as a type of choreography in dance, and then move into the more, and maybe a modern dancer would take umbrage with me for saying this, but the more rigorous or ordered world of ballet. And in particular, I wanted to use Serenade because he created this work to teach his dancers how to dance and how to perform. And I, as someone with a ballet background and now an architecture background, when I look at that ballet, I see so much of what we try and teach young architects and young designers in how he reinterpreted the score of the music through the movement of the body and made something more out of it than what was currently there. So their final project that you will see today is a ballet school for adolescents. It is not a professional company. It's meant for people who are aspiring to be professionals someday. So it's an aspirational program, aspirational because of the nature of the art practice there, but also because, like I said, the young students that hope to someday be professionals. But it's also aspirational because of its position in the city. I deliberately wanted to choose a spot that was not like more on the fringes of sort of the beating heart of Austin right now, and put it in a neighborhood that is not necessarily fully affluent yet. So it's sited in South Austin, and it has as its catchment area a diverse population that are not usually exposed to ballet or that kind of world. Designing this school required them to draw on the knowledge gained in the first part of the semester and consider the groups of people that would use the space and how. So it's not just for the school of dancers, but it's for the community at large as a means of engagement. And lastly, I would just say that I believe that dancers use their bodies to express themselves and perform. I mean, that's kind of a given. And architects work predominantly with things external to themselves. But in this intersection, I wanted the students to use structure, material, and light as a means of understanding dance, the art that was going to go on in this building, as well as understanding what they were doing. So before Hayden starts speaking, I just want to tell the students at the beginning of your presentation, please just briefly say what your background is and where you are in school so that the reviewers know that. And then just a reminder, please keep your presentations as concise and to the point as possible. We're going to have about 25 minutes per person, I think. And I will be keeping time, and I'll send a notification in the chat to let you know when we're about 5 minutes away. But I did want to say in general to the reviewers that there's 11 students in this class. 2 of them are second years, and the rest of them are first years. So the rest of this is their first semester at UT, and half of those first years don't have a background. So I just want to say beforehand that I'm super proud of all you guys and the strides that all of you have made in doing this online learning curve. Whether you have a background or not, you've all risen to the challenge. Okay, and with that, I'll let Hayden take it away. So yeah, Hayden, you'll be sharing your screen. And try and, sorry, last thing, this is me being maybe a little too controlling and type A, but make sure that you're in like slideshow mode so that I don't see like the toolbar on your computer.
I'm on it. Thanks, Morgan.
Thank you.
Is that showing correctly? Oh, is it flashing black and white for you guys?
It just says that you've started screen share. Oh, there we go. I think your file is kind of large.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming today. My name is Hayden Hood. I have a background in architecture in my undergraduate, but now this is my first year of graduate school at the University of Texas. When we visited this site in South Austin, I really started to realize that the project could be utilized for.
Hey, sorry, Hayden. I just realized I was supposed to do a site description and I did not do that. Do you have stuff in your presentation where you could give that description, or?
I don't exactly, but I have my site plan, so I could go over kind of.
If you would stop screen sharing for a second, I'm really sorry. Let me
No problem.
do this just to orient the reviewers to that. Sorry, give me just a second. Okay. So the student site is just south of Ben White or 290. So here is South First Street, if you can see my cursor. This is a small elementary school, and their site is this yellow triangle here. So it's at the intersection of St. Elmo, which is, though it's broken, is kind of a prominent road that runs east-south through South Austin, just south of 290. And then also James Casey, which, though that's not like a major arterial road, there's a lot of activity that goes on there because it's full of medical buildings and commercial buildings. And then Vinson, which is here, as it goes south, turns into Emerald Forest and runs a long way, as connecting all of South Austin all the way down to Stasny and beyond. So they're at the intersection of a lot of different roads and different uses. Just to zoom out a little bit, they made a couple of maps and diagrams showing the red dashed line is a railroad track. The one that shoots off to the right is defunct, but there is a plan for it to become a hike and bike trail. So we have assumed that that will happen as something to respond to in their design. Whereas the railroad line that runs along the west side is still in use. And there are bike lanes, but they're not continuous. They're sort of broken and sporadic. And then they've made a map of general foot traffic as well. Most of what they observed was people walking their pets in the residential neighborhoods around here and not necessarily walking to a convenience store or to other retail places. One group looked at like a morphological study. So their site currently, you see this blue sort of trapezoid, and then the triangle is filled in by the yellow bit. Currently, on one half of their site, there is a Jehovah's Witness church. And on the other half of their site, it is a residence. But you can see they're pretty much bounded by a residential neighborhood that has been building up since the early 1900s, but most of the houses are either post-war houses or ranch-style houses from the 60s and 70s, with a lot of new construction going on being thrown up. And we can see pictures in just a minute. Most of us would kind of barf a little. The green is all medical. There's St. David's South is right here, so that gets a lot of activity. And then, like I said, St. Elmo Elementary School is just across the street. This group made a nice timeline just showing the height of buildings, how it's changed, and the overall geometries that sort of characterize the different timelines of what was built. Obviously, the medical buildings are the largest. And I think we all kind of have a good idea in our mind of what post-war housing looks like, or ranch-style houses from the 60s and 70s. But this is the new construction that is also going up in the area. A lot of angles, a lot of black and white. and complex geometries, shall we say. And this, just so you know, this is some images of the medical and institutional buildings. Here we have St. Elmo Elementary School, built in the 50s, and then the rest are brick and stone commercial buildings. Just examples. I apologize, my computer's moving slow. Examples of the houses that are immediately around our site. The older ones. Lastly, I'll point out that as you come down Vinson, if you're on Vinson moving north, the road sort of curves around and the site opens up, and you can see almost, if it wasn't for the Jehovah's Witness Church currently, you could see all the way through the site down James Casey and to 290. So there's this long view corridor, and it's a very, I'd say, like a more intimate street. It's just a 2-lane road, and it doesn't get as much traffic stopping up here at the intersection as what West St. Elmo does. There seems to be constantly a bottleneck coming from West St. Elmo, moving into these neighborhoods. So it really is, it's again at the intersection of a lot of activity. This is the old defunct railroad line that we're assuming will turn into a hike and bike trail, and then directly across from that are the backyards of other homes. One group looked at the trees that are on the site. There's a lot of different species there. Some of them chose to respect, we'll say, the heritage pecan tree that is here in the front of the Jehovah's Witness Church. I don't think anyone actually cut it down, but I'll say in the process of designing their buildings, the design of the building became more prominent than the design of the site. Okay, so I think that's a good introduction to the site and the project. Reviewers, do you have any questions before we go back to Hayden's presentation? No. Okay. Okay, Hayden, I won't interrupt you again.
Hey, Hayden, you're muted, man.
Good catch, thanks. Is my presentation flickering for you guys?
It hasn't loaded yet, Hayden. I don't know if it's going to. It's just a black screen right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry, hopefully it'll get going. Oh, it said it just disconnected. Sorry about that. Let's see.
And I don't know why exactly, but it looks like you've got some windows open in front of it, and it's kind of graying out some of the screen. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think he may be frozen.
Yeah.
Brave soldier.
Brave. Okay. Hayden, are you back? Okay, we'll give him a minute, and if he can't get back in or something occurs, then I guess Dylan, be ready.
Hey everyone, sorry, I think my computer crashed and just booted me out, but I'm back. So let's see. I actually opened a compressed version of my presentation, so maybe that'll help.
Okay.
Okay. So as we visited the site in person, I really recognized how much residential space there was surrounding our site. And that led me to really think about how it could, the ballet studio could be used not only as a studio for its intended purpose, but also as a public space. So then I began to think of this ballet studio as this formal object with a dialogue, which could be the public space, between the informal, which would be the community. Here I've rationalized my intentions into a short thesis. So I'm going to read that to you guys, and then I'll make reference to it throughout the presentation. Contrary to the hierarchy of ballet, this ballet studio provides accessibility for all. Rooted in the community, the studio incorporates a serene park for gathering. Heavily fortified with local stone, the ballet studio creates a barrier between the noisy road and the serene park. The park delivers a dialogue between the formal performers and the informal community. A large porch links the studio and the park. The porch arranges views into the theater and the studios for spectators. Movable seats are supplied as an invitation to stay and rearrange, gathering around dances taking place. Guided by candid moments and encounters, visitors are invited by a walking trail that pierces through the building. The trail wraps around the park's perimeter in a horseshoe layout to direct views inwards towards the studio. With varying proximity to the studio, the trail has benches for a diverse range of engagement. For the dancers' development, the theater and studios are elevated like a stage, and the patio and park and trail supply a constant audience. These are some sketches that I did throughout the process as I was really morphing between different ideas and rationalizing the way I wanted this project to take its shape. On the left-hand side, you can see different site analysis where I was studying the idea of that park. In the second to left column, you can see some sketch iterations as to how I wanted to organize the different rooms. And the rest kind of showcase different plans and sections, as well as how I wanted different views to be framed. Here are a few diagrams. The diagram on the left shows how I wanted to organize the space. The diagram on the right shows different views and how I was thinking about the existing site and what were prominent views. And the bottom right shows different ways that I wanted to think about lighting as a means of a spotlight, but also shading versus sun. On the left-hand side, we can see how I designated community invitation through a circulation that's this hiking trail that goes throughout the site and pierces through the building. The pink is the parking zone. So I started to think about how do we separate the cars, and then the building is like a barrier between the cars and the pedestrian zone. And then the private service hall, which runs the length of that space, it's accessible for the teachers. And then the red is the programmatic indoor rooms, so all the different uses of the building. And then the yellow is like a large porch that's open for all, open for the community, as well as visitors or people that aren't our dancers, not in their current dancer team. And then the green is the landscape that I wanted to develop as well. The bottom right shows how I was thinking about light and its way that it can create a spotlight effect, but also shade the area and create different levels of use for both the dancers as well as the people visiting. Here's the site location. You can see off of West St. Elmo how the building creates a barrier between that road, which is the busiest, and then how Vision Drive actually has some accessibility that's separate from the studio for the park itself. And then there's the park design that I was creating as a horseshoe shape that always looks towards the studio. Here's a floor plan where we can see the different uses. The far left area is a public bathroom as well as storage. And then the next section over, separated by the path that pierces through the building, is the theater. And then the next unit over is 2 studios as well as a dressing and restroom. And then on the right-hand side, we have an office as well as a area for the dancers to gather when they're not dancing and relax. Here we have the different elevations. So you can see on the left-hand side, that's one direction that would often be seen on the project, as well as the front elevation that showcases kind of the barrier that it creates between the road and the openings that are more inviting for public circulation. And then on the bottom left, you can see how that back porch really acts as this active engagement between viewers and the dancers. And here we have the different sections on the top left. That's the entry sequence. So from leaving your car or going on the trail through the building and then into that opening, that's the large porch, and then the park on the far left-hand side. And then on the far right, you can see through that section how the dancers are elevated above the audience as to integrate this idea of always being ready to perform and making that kind of an informal audience that's always there for them to get used to and accustomed to in that way. And then on the bottom section, we can see how those 3 paths literally pierce through the building. Here's a render of that arrival sequence from the drop-off zone or the trail and how it would be to circulate through that space. You can also see that heavily fortified structure that creates this kind of, which is natural limestone, that creates this kind of barrier between St. Elmo and the park, with the openings kind of inviting people in for the public. Here's a view from the backside looking towards the porch. As you can see, people enjoying the park space and what that would be like to experience. This is what the porch would feel like, as you can see the heavy materiality and structure, but also these kind of windows that look inwards and gathering and activity. This is what it would feel like as a dancer in the studio, where they have views out towards the serene park, but also get that informal audience that they can grow accustomed to and practice with. And then this is what it would be like to be in the theater area and watching that event. And you can see kind of the beautiful wood structure above and the natural lighting coming in from the windows, and how that would be experienced with the stage lifted up. and the metal kind of accordion style doors slid open to reveal that opening to the public. Thank you guys for your time.
Well, I'll jump in with just a few comments. So I think the idea of the park and using the park as a tie to the community is a really nice idea. I think that's I think the development of the park is probably, it looks like you've started to think about the park. So I appreciate that. There's a few things that I do wonder about right off. In the bottom right view, where you're seeing the dancers practicing in front of an informal audience. On one hand, I appreciate that, and I think that could be really wonderful. On the other hand, I wonder about a dancer wanting to be in a studio where you are not on display, like this, the relationship between performing in front of an audience as a kind of final performance or something you've worked really hard to perfect. So it's kind of behind the scenes. I wonder if that's a necessary idea. And I kind of almost long for, and maybe okay, is this it where they're like practicing?
Yes.
Not, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to showcase that I did think about potentially having a curtain that could pull out from the wall
Yeah.
to block off that space.
Wilfried, did you want to jump in with something? Look like.
No, I was just going to say that curtains are drawn in plan.
So, sorry?
The curtains are drawn in plan.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's good. Thank you for pointing that out. So I'll just like move on to a couple of other thoughts. The parking along St. Elmo, I also wonder about that. It's very, I can understand why you would do it because of the nature of St. Elmo, but I wonder if that's the right kind of presence on St. Elmo. I know that there's like you've tried to like have a series of trees but I wonder if those cars couldn't be tucked somewhere else, or at least part of St. Elmo, not so that the park might actually flow all the way through, or that because your connections through, I think, are actually pretty small. I see that you have made them, but I think the building, and it leads me to kind of another point, which is the building does seem very heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering why it's so heavy. The wooden, the way you've created the wooden structure seems the building seems very closed. I understand it's closed on one side and open on the other, but there's a kind of, I'm wondering where that language actually comes from. It seems very heavy and almost barrier-like, or I'll use the word bunker, although it's not quite bunker because it's not into the ground, but it looks fortified somehow. And I wonder about that. I wonder where that came from. So I'll just leave those thoughts there.
Definitely. That's a good point too about the fortification. It was definitely something that we talked about and really thought through a little bit on. One of the initial reasons was the idea of taking the natural limestone and trying to preserve it in kind of a larger setting that's more true to kind of the materiality as far as this like heavy material. It's this large stone. A lot of times you'll see kind of people use them as certain kind of large wall pieces or something, typically not as for the building, but more as kind of to hold back soil or something. And so it started with that, kind of creating that barrier between the road and the park. But then as it transitioned into the wood elements as well, those beams and columns, that became a study of the light and how we'd let in light in a systematic way, and how it would read with those heavy limestone elements together as kind of this interconnection of structure that is fortified. That's definitely true. And then another aspect would be kind of relating to kind of the irony between a ballet studio usually being this very formal, which I sometimes associate with this idea of fortification or royalty, and then also this kind of delicateness on the backside that's a little bit lighter and a little bit more inviting and open, and has more sequences.
I think Elizabeth has pointed out some very important aspects looking at the character building. And I think one can study things in greater detail. For example, if we look at the bottom perspective, the central one at the bottom, in between the glulam beams, you have what looks like stone. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So, you know, the question is, how is that stone supported? You know, so let's not get into that detail. I'm just raising it as an issue because I think overall, I think the perspectives are very suggestive, are very convincing, and they express exactly what you want to do. Now the question is, why would you want to have the beams, the glue laminations, that deep? Because the span is actually not that great.
Mm-hmm.
You also exaggerate the span by cantilevering or projecting beyond the walls,
Mm-hmm.
beyond the vertical supports on the park side. So you are sort of, it's like, you know, you're exaggerating in every sense of the word, both in terms of the depth of the beams, in terms of or what they're doing, what they need to do. And so sooner or later, you know, when you go out into practice, what can you carry forward into reality? If limestone is an important issue, and if an issue if it is important for you to have massive, solid limestone as opposed to veneer, what role does a solid wall play? Does it actually have a role in environmental terms? You know, talking about environmental terms, this is a kind of a parenthesis. You know, Austin is a hot place and you need air conditioning. I don't see any air conditioning, close brackets. The more important question is, what are you trying to say in terms of the relationship between the choices of materials, the thicknesses of these elements, and their overall relation to, say, the side gesture or the welcoming gesture or the openness and so on. And I think Elizabeth has already pointed out that your building looks quite closed towards the parking, very open to the park. That's a clear differentiation. And I just wonder whether you could not slim down everything and have a delicate structure and still maintain the choice of materials, but just, you know, reduce everything by certainly the wooden structural system by even, you know, 80% or 70%, and still have a structural system that works and have something that is probably more elegant than what you have now.
Yeah, I think if you could go back to the floor plan. You've kind of got two. I think I like that. I understand the diagram of blocking off the road and opening up to the park, but I think the arrival sequence, you're making some very, I guess, heavy moves in terms of arrival, and it feels like you're the way you have people moving through the building, as Elizabeth pointed out, almost feels bunker-like and heavy. So I think that in terms of how people are compressed and moved through the building and into the site is kind of at odds with what's happening at the porch. You've kind of got a couple things contrary to their typical use. So porch typically are looking out from the building. The users are looking out from the building onto something, where in this case, the people occupying the porch are actually looking in. And so that's, in doing that statement, I think that it's a bit voyeuristic in a way. And I think we've touched on the curtain being an option, but it's something that doesn't seem to connect with the site plan in terms of. I guess it just seems like there's a couple different ideas in terms of, is this an open to the public thing? Are we trying to shield off the public? There's 2 points of arrival on your site plan. There was the point of arrival at the park. There was the point of arrival at the entrance. And so I'm a little bit confused as kind of how one flows through this building in terms of, is it something where you're from the front, you're very much directing people through the building very directly in these compressed hallways, especially along the front. There's also these very narrow corridors. So who is it that's moving between those?
Yeah. Sorry, were you still talking?
No, sorry. Go.
Okay. Yeah, so the three paths that you see kind of splitting the building, dividing the building up, those are the public trail that creates kind of the horseshoe layout in the park. And the idea is that people would kind of be pulled in, and from the front, they wouldn't really necessarily know what they're going to witness. So kind of this kind of series of events where you walk through this entry and it creates this hallway that's compressed, and then kind of this big reveal of the park was the idea there. And so that's circulated by both the public, but also any visitors or guests, as well as if dancers aren't currently in their studio, they're also welcome to use that space. Now, the hall that runs kind of in the longitudinal direction, that's a private hall that's accessible to the dancers and the teachers that goes directly into those studios. And you can see that it actually creates a ramp condition. The thing goes up to the stage height for each of those spaces.
I see. So I think that what I'm trying to get at in terms of two things going on here, you've described this experiential sequence of really directing very carefully and intentionally people through this compressed space into this open space. But if you go back to your site plan, you also have this other entrance from the park that you just kind of undermine that. If I'm coming to this area, all of that is not, there's two different experiences. So is there something that is, right now those are kind of equally, those are two experiences that I don't understand when I would experience one versus the other, I guess, or the reason behind having those two different experiences, because it creates two different approaches for the building, where the one from the St. Elmo seems very intentional, and then this one is almost kind of just lets you skip that whole sequence.
I see. Yeah, that's a good point. I think a part of the Vision Drive parking ideas was to also allow for people that directly want to use the park without the engagement, but then as a byproduct of using the park, even though that they're wanting to stay away from the studio, they're actually able to now witness it with different varied levels of engagement. And so it's kind of the idea of reeling them in. So someone that's not potentially willing to venture through that compressed space might then start with the open space, but through interest in realizing the different levels of seating that gets closer and closer, the trail that they might start to walk on might be pulled in from the opposite direction as well. But I can see how that may not be as strong. The other thought too was on St. Elmo that directly links to the sidewalk there, so that would pull in people that circulate through that St. Elmo Street, whereas Vincent Drive isn't as populated.
Is there a main entrance on the St. Elmo side, or is it kind of a choose your own depending on where you arrived? And is there a difference between those experiences, or are they all three the same hierarchy, the same experience?
I would actually say that they're all the there's actually not much of a hierarchy on purpose, which kind of coincides with that idea of stripping down kind of ballet as this hierarchical structure, but then also most likely you would come in from the intersection of West Elmo and James Casey would be the most popular and pedestrian friendly that I did the render from, that front render. And then the difference really too is on the far or the top entry from the site plan we're looking at right now. That's going to lead you closest to the theater, whereas on the site closest to us, it'll actually lead you through the two studios, and then the one in the middle is directly centered for that space.
I'll say one quick thing. I think your diagram could really work. Like if we assume your diagram, your project diagrammatically, I think there are a lot of nice things about it. What I might do, and it's just actually leading up to the discussion or in response to what you just said, if you go back again actually to that other site plan, yeah, the lower connection from St. Elmo through to the park, like that connection looks in your project the same as the middle one and the upper one. They're all kind of the same. And I wonder if there isn't now time for a more nuanced look at the project. And I use that word nuanced, it's probably not exactly the right word, but for instance, that connection at that end of the site might be different. It might be wider, it might be green, it might be, it might have a different character than the other two because of not only where it is on the site, but how you move through the site and I think, or through the building. And I think that kind of more nuanced look, like for instance, where you have the trees, where your cursor is right there on where the parking lot is, like maybe that actually becomes the park, or you conceptualize it as the park working its way all the way to St. Elmo. So yes, the park is mostly on the other side, and yes, this is where on this end where St. Elmo is where the parking is, but perhaps a more nuanced understanding of the building and its relationship to the community, to that road, to itself even, to the park, and to the program inside. There might be the next step, or next steps might be a kind of almost kind of breaking down, or the reinforcement of your project. It seems very sort of clear and almost kind of diagrammatic still, which is okay at this stage. But I think the next look would be to really imagine what it's like to be there, to use it. I mean, even that long corridor, which is the more private corridor, how does that become enlivened and beautiful with light or material or width, or, you know, what character does it have that's extraordinary, let's say, because it has a kind of extraordinary dimensional quality to it in use, but I don't know that it quite, it's not fully kind of developed, I think. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you, reviewers, and thank you, Hayden. We do need to move on to Dylan. But thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, hi everyone. I'm Dylan Tree11. Can you see this okay? So this is my first vertical studio, aside from the brief summer session. And I don't have a background in architecture. I have a degree in modern culture and media studies that I got about 10 years ago. And since then I've worked as a commercial songwriter and a carpenter. And for this project, I wanted to kind of examine the central theme of movement and pause. So I wrote, in concept, function, and form, this piece is guided by a few central dyads that range from the abstract to the concrete, chief among them being movement and pause, like I mentioned, but also grace and discipline, flexibility and rigidity, and then at the material level, wood and masonry. The design seeks to encourage this movement and pause and to create a dynamic interplay of the other elements for all of the facility's users. And I go on in this description to talk about how the site really informed my kind of design ideas, both formally in terms of the material and in terms of the environment, and how I could use the elements already present on the site, examining the sort of architecture of or the vernacular architecture really of the buildings in the surrounding neighborhoods, and thinking also about weather, water, wind, and how I utilize those elements to kind of situate this building more elegantly in the site. So I kind of settled on these sort of two somewhat opposing concepts of this sort of lightweight screened porch structure and a heavier masonry structure. Thinking about this sort of residential porch, and then more of a formal kind of institutional building in the railroad train station, which is drawn from the two train lines that sort of define the site. And I wanted to think about the landscape as a key part of this. So, you know, looking at xeriscaping and how I could use that to manage water, to kind of also have a more low impact energy usage of the site, and basically keep the bills down also for the way that this place would actually function. And looking at some materials on the far upper right, I have like permeable paving, and there's gravel paths that I wanted to include. So besides the masonry and the wood, there's some sort of steel details, some lighter fabric textures on the interior, and then of course the native plants. For some design sketches, these are sort of getting into how things would work formally. This is an early kind of rendered sketch with a different window layout than I eventually ended up going with, but still kind of showing these taller studio spaces that in the more formal masonry construction, and then the lower spaces that are less formal that have this sort of wood grid structure drawn from the porches. Here's an overall kind of layout of what I ended up going with, and trying to show how the building responds to the lot lines and the different transportation corridors. So unlike Hayden's, I took my primary parking area off to the side on Vincent Drive, because when we studied the site, we noticed that there was, like Morgan said, a kind of a bottleneck on St. Elmo. So there is an entrance to the site that you can drive in, where across from James Casey at St. Elmo. So I have an entrance there, but I wanted traffic to flow through there. So that front area is a drop off, and you can kind of see straight through from St. Elmo to the front of the building into the main entrance. And then there's sort of a less formal entrance off to the Vinson side, where the parking lot is. And then also a smaller entrance for pedestrians and cyclists on the hike and bike trail side for the projected trail back there. So moving from the exterior inward, I have the elevations here. So this would be the main entrance. So since there's no parking up here, the view would be fairly unobstructed of the actual building and the main entry from St. Elmo, with parking off to the right, and then the biking trail off to the left. And this would be the west elevation. So this would be the entrance that you see from the parking lot. And so I tried to analyze, like I said, these sort of, the site conditions and how I could best use them. So I tried to do a lot of stuff that was kind of on the more passive side of things, in terms of having broad eaves on the lower roofs, and then clerestory windows, so that you get fairly diffused light, but you get, it blocks that harsh summer sunlight. Everything is sort of arranged so that the windows, the majority of the windows, are northern, or at least northwest or northeast facing. And then having solar arrays on the studio roofs to utilize the sunlight.
Hey,
then,
Dylan,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. On the right side of your screen is blown out, and we haven't been seeing some text and some of your diagrams.
Oh, weird.
It's your Zoom
Okay.
window.
Yeah, let me see. I'm not sure how to.
You just collapse it down to a single viewer and put it in the top right-hand corner.
Ah, shoot. Okay, sorry. Is that better?
That's better, but maybe just move it in the top right-hand corner. Yeah.
And I think if you share only your program, you wouldn't have, it would only show, Acrobat, and it wouldn't be showing anything from Zoom.
Oh, weird. Okay, sorry guys.
It's all right. Just leave it as it is and move it to the top right-hand corner. And then if you would get to your renderings, just so we have some good time.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. So more just analyzing the space and trying to use that. Showing the program, kind of how I see it, floor plan with each space kind of demarcated, and then the sections. So this is running through the central axis of the building, from the drop-off area back to the bar studio at the rear. This shows locker rooms and cut through the courtyard, and then the lounge area, and then the entrance from the parking. And then this is sort of through the front of the building, showing the two main studios and then the central kind of axis head on. And some renders. And that's about it.
So I think one note is the way that you've just kind of flashed through your renderings. I think you should in future presentations maybe just be a little more careful about making sure that each image is doing something for you for your presentation, and that each image is communicating the idea of your project or the central concept that you're trying to communicate across, rather than just here's what the building looks like and presented to us, and really carefully crafting and selecting those images that you're sharing to communicate specific ideas and specific design intentions that you've made as you're presenting this. And I think if you look at this image, this is this starts to tell a little bit about your project in terms of the relationship of the green roof, the green ground, acting as these two planes between these three specific volumes that you've laid out. So even as you're presenting those, just kind of talk through how that idea is being represented in the drawings that you're showing.
Sure, that's good feedback. Thanks. Do you want me to elaborate on any of that now, or I just wasn't sure where we were at as far as time?
No, that's
about 12 minutes.
That's
Okay.
understandable. I just kind of a note in terms of presentation. They were kind of flipped through so fast. We really didn't have any opportunity to look at them. I think if you go back, one thing, if you go back to the floor plan, we can start there.
Is that the slide you're referring to?
Mm-hmm. So could you talk just very quickly the idea of the circulation through the building? You've got it. You have the studios all at specific wings around the central courtyard.
Yeah.
With the interstitial space kind of moving around this. Is there any relation between the specific placement of the performance hall versus the studios in terms of relation to the site around? The building is kind of centered exactly on the site, exactly on the center of the site. So how do these studios relate to these specific areas within the building that they're situated on?
I think that at least for the performance hall and the larger studio at the rear, because it's where the performances would take place, it is at the kind of back of this central axis from the main entrance. So just in terms of the formal orientation of that one, I think it's sort of highlighted in that hierarchy. The other two, there's not like, I guess I don't have like a specific, it was really all about how, like in terms of the symbolism of them or the concept, I think I was focusing more just on how this would function in terms of being a space where you could have like parents hanging out, you know, siblings and other children, and just having like a space that is fairly open where parents could let their kids play, where they could hang out and watch the dancers, and being as contained as it needs to be, but it's in terms of feeling like it's open to the community, but also being physically open as far as airflow. So I think breaking the studios to the far edges, I knew that they were going to be the largest structures and they were going to be mostly solid. So in terms of having this building open to the air and being sort of permeable in that sense, I just brought them out to sort of the farthest edges from each other to keep it as open as I could. Hopefully that sort of sheds a little bit of light on what you're asking.
So your project responds to the geometry of the site, and when one looks at this plan, it's very clear that you're interested in readable, legible organization. So the interesting question is, it's almost symmetrical. Why is it not symmetrical?
I think I made it partially symmetrical so that there could be some sort of legibility just in terms of having a formal main entrance and sort of a community facing sort of facade that faces this main street that gets the most traffic, but then having the sides respond to how you might actually use the building. So other than that, I guess it could be symmetrical, but
the thing is, I mean, there's a certain tradition at schools of architecture, and UT isn't an exception in this. And it's something that many students struggle with. So there is this idea. I mean, your previous colleague Hayden had a symmetric, more or less a symmetric plan, right? And he introduced some asymmetries in the facade which are hardly legible. But so the question is, well, why symmetry? Or the counter question is, why not symmetry? And a lot of students flinch. They have this sense that, oh my God, I can't do a symmetric building. You know, there's sort of 90% of the time you work away and then you sort of you're happy with the plan, and then somehow subconsciously or consciously you think, oh, I can't do a symmetric building, so I better do something like, you know, to shorten this element and lengthen that and so on. And then you feel a little bit more at ease. So I just think that it's worth working these things out of your system, doing a completely symmetric building sooner or later, and maybe then realizing, yes, certain parts of the program generate or require other responses. There are site conditions which require other responses, and so on. So I'm just giving you a kind of a long-term therapeutic recommendation that don't resist it. Work it out of your system, and then try to just, you know, be in control enough to realize, yes, you can do it or you cannot do it, but there should be good reasons for either. You know?
Sure.
And I think that besides that, I mean, you're sort of, there's a very clear idea of composition. That's to say, you've got this structure, you are placing the minor elements as the coherent or the components of the institution that really bring these elements together, even if the three main performance spaces or practice spaces are on the extreme ends of the building. And so you achieve a kind of a figure, a compositional, a sculptural composition that speaks very clearly to the outside how the program is distributed. And so you are using those programmatic elements to express the the school or the facility. And I think that's a very good approach. How you deal with the roof and how the roof meets the volumes of the halls or the studios, that's another topic, right? You've got different relationships. Sometimes it's recessed, sometimes it's flush, sometimes it's the minor programmatic elements are allowed to project and so on. So that, I think, is an aspect that one can develop further in, either in this project or subsequently in other projects.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that's definitely something, especially in the later stages of this project, that I realized was sort of lacking a bit. And I think I could have just expanded the footprint of those, the studio buildings, or the studio rooms rather, out a little further to kind of encompass where those, the projecting roofs of the lower structures would fall in terms of the sort of vertical and horizontal datum lines. So I think that's definitely something that if I was to continue working this, would be at the top of the priorities.
I'm going to jump in and I'm going to annotate really quickly. I'm going to sketch annotate on your drawing, if that's all
Please.
right. Okay, so you have these 3 studios. So it's going to be rough, but I'll do it quickly. And this is something that Wilfried brought up. So I think this is really, I think that these are important. The fact that they don't align here in this direction, I do wonder the same thing. Like what's going on there? Why aren't they? This really strong access through the courtyard could be really nice, although I think the courtyard's a little small. It seems a little insignificant. So I wonder about that. If you, it seems like it doesn't quite have the kind of role that I would like it to have. The circulation going through here is okay, but again, if this space and that space, I wonder about those because they're related, right? There is the entrance through one and the other. They seem a little awkward right now, not just because they're different sizes. They could be different sizes and different scales, but the circulation, I'll keep drawing. The circulation in your project is all about the same. In fact, the spaces are all about the same. That space is about the same as that space. This is okay, but I want it to be related more to the courtyard maybe, or to understand all of this space. And maybe the lockers aren't in the right place, but the whole interior, the kind of core of the building, that ought to me, it seems like it ought to be cleaned up a bit. Like it's a little broken up into pieces. And maybe it's the same thing about those 2 studios. Like I keep wanting to put them together so that the space outside, also the space, the being able to look outside or having a connection between the outside, the landscape and these, it seems a little small right now, right? Like this relationship is a little small, and because the space around them is kind of little, it's all a little bit chopped up. And I wonder if there's, like the performance hall has a larger move associated with it, right? The lawn is bigger, it's a bigger space. It's like the potential for a larger statement or experience even, I think is possible there. But the other spaces all seem very domestic. And you started out kind of with that, and maybe that's okay. Maybe the kind of domestic scale is what you're looking for and what you're hoping for. But I wonder if it's all a little too, I don't know, it's too, like I would like do one more round of relationships of the parts to the whole, including the circulation.
I think that a lot of what is driving that lack of relationship or what's causing the relationship is you're letting the property line on 2 sides of the project define the walls, just that you're very much running those walls and angles at a parallel to the property line, which is kind of it's having such a huge influence on the geometry and the form of the spaces and the form of the rooms that doesn't really necessarily need to be there. That in terms of relating the outside of the building to the inside of the building and the 3 studio spaces amongst each other.
We need to move on to Nikki. Thank you, Dylan, for all your hard work on this project. You've done a lot. And thank you, reviewers, for your excellent comments. Okay, so up next is Nikki. And then just a reminder, Nikki, you are very good at being efficient with what you say and concise, but I just have to say, try and keep it at 8 minutes, because I know you have a lot to talk about.
Can you see this / hear me? How do you want this to be?
Go to view and then full screen
Full
mode.
screen mode. Here we go. Okay. Hi,
Don't forget
everyone.
to say your background and where you are in school. Okay.
Okay, so hi, I'm Nikki. I'm a first year MArch 1 student without a background, and I majored in cognitive studies with a minor in studio art at Vanderbilt. And I'm really happy to be here. So I will take you through my project. So I want to first start out by saying, as I dive into my project, I want to emphasize that I'm most focused on the relationship between the people in the space. So the dancers, the teachers, the caretakers, the community, and how they move around this space. And so a lot of my design decisions stemmed from this. And because I'm so new to architecture, I just want to say that there are definitely things that need more consideration that I was told in the mid-review, such as the relationship with heating and cooling, but that was the main focus, and that's what I chose to focus on as I went through this. So this is some of my process work, which basically I wanted to focus on a few things as I went through this project. So the first being circulation. So I think in this building, how you move around the school itself should be equally as important as the performances that are happening in the studios themselves. So I kind of see this center courtyard as the beating heart that is the space, and everyone is compressing and releasing around it. And the second being, I see ballet as something that is rigid, that takes hard work. And if you stay within the lines, you can create something that is really beautiful and really graceful and free-flowing within the rigidity of the tradition. And so with that, I wanted to create these programmatic boxes that also allow for freedom of circulation within the space. And in addition to that, having this courtyard, and returning to my site plan, and I'll go through these individually as well, but on a higher level, having this free-flowing kind of not random, but assortment of trees that already exist, contrasting the structure, the programmatic structure within my building, I think creates this nice contrast that I'm trying to focus on as I move and focus on this project. So with ballet, if I were to compare the two, to me, the rigidity and the tradition of the practice would be equivalent to these programmatic boxes. And then by contrast, the kind of freedom of movement is shown by this disorganization of space and nature that flows within it. And so as I move forward, this is, I think, a diagram that shows my thinking about the space in the best way. So in the red, I have my approach. And as you approach this building, there are a lot of unofficial and official gathering spaces within it that is highlighted by the material that I will later describe. But as you can see here, you can move through it however, you can walk through the courtyard, and there's also places to gather that maybe aren't within the boxes that are outlined by the boxes. And so here I have my first section, and I think this is that you can see up here where it cuts through from the parking lot to, I guess, all the way through the storage room. And basically what I want to show here is that this building sort of acts as a giant stage. And as you're moving through the boxes, you can see how others are moving throughout the space and then pivot or change how you're moving based on that. Because to me, in ballet, each space has, or every person on stage has their position, but it really takes everyone to create like this more beautiful whole, just kind of art of high sophistication. And so here's my second section where I show the performance space, which I've cut deeper just so the ceilings are taller. And then you can see sort of people moving throughout the space as well. And so with these elevations, I wanted to show different angles of this that's happening. And there are these curtains that with the glass, I also think if you're having young ballet students, you're going to want to be able to turn on and off this privacy just from a practical standpoint. So to keep the effects, I wanted translucent curtains, but I didn't want, so you can still see the movement, but you can't maybe see the facial expressions and all the details that might be distracting. And so I think one of the major points of my building is the lighting. And so I thought this diagram showed how the light changes throughout the space and how that is equally as important to the ornamentation as the structure itself. Here's another more zoomed in image of one of the room where you can see how the light moving through affects the glass and the structure. And then here is a render, and this is my first semester, so I'm definitely new to rendering, but this is sort of, you can see being in the courtyard, what it's like to look around the space. You have the ballet studios in the back, you have people walking on the side, and these transom windows at the top of these wood panels continue this theme of that even in the walls that aren't glass, you have natural lighting, and all these details carry through to every box that exists in the space. And so I think that's all on my part. I talked about, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
So could you maybe go back to the plan? So it's my understanding then that these are, it's open air in between each of the studios and the storage and the performance space. Is that right? It's roofed,
Yes.
but it's open air. Okay.
And I know that might cause some trouble from a practical standpoint, but
yeah. No, I think that when I forgot the words you used. It wasn't discipline, but it was something like that. It wasn't. It was conventional, I think, or convention and something else. But I can't remember now. Keep using two words that describe to you what ballet is. But I kept thinking discipline because when I think of ballet, that's what I think in the best of ways. That there is, both my daughters were in ballet for years and years. And that's what I noticed, is that there was an enormous amount of rigor and discipline, not only within the dance itself, but within what time you show up, what time you leave, how often you're there, what you do. I mean, and I thought that was really quite interesting about how it affected them as people, as young girls. And then so when I look at this, when I look at the plan and when I look at your project, that's one of the things I do think about, is there is a kind of discipline to it, and there's also a kind of informality. Like I can see the urge to make this kind of free flowing and moving through and around. I think in this case, the courtyard, maybe it should be bigger also, I don't know. But the courtyard is a kind of center. It does feel like it's an organizing element to your project. And I get that, I see that, I think it can work. And then these buildings, these small little rooms really that surround it in a kind of disciplined way. And I appreciate that. There seems like there's relationships between the parts, and to make a whole that I get. I do wonder, maybe they want to be connected, or some of these want to be connected. Maybe they're all not open air. I'm just thinking about the practicality of moving in and out. Although I like the idea, on the other hand, I don't know if it all needs to be completely like that. But I'll leave it there and then maybe come back to some other things so that some of the other reviewers can jump in.
I think touching on I mean, you're drawing this relationship between the structure or rigidity that's seen in ballet, but then a freedom of movement within that structure. And I think that's kind of evident in the diagrammatic plan that we have here. But what I think the next step of that development is this idea of freedom of movement, but movement with intention. I think the movements in ballet are very intentional, and they're very structured, although they do have that kind of feel of freedom and fluidness to them. And so I think really thinking a bit carefully about the relationship between each one of these boxes or spaces within the larger courtyard or under the roof, how people move between those, because it's not just go anywhere, anything. People kind of move with intention. So there's a difference of moving between storage and props or your bathrooms and lockers to the performance space versus moving from the lounge to the studio, just in terms of what that person is thinking, the way that they're moving, kind of the task they have at hand. And so how that starts to, where these are placed specifically, like if you shuffled them all up, would that change the way that people moved in the space? And so is there an intention about where they are placed in relation to one another, and then in relation to what's surrounding them? I think is maybe the next level of exploration here.
Can I comment on that?
Please.
So I think that's a great point and something that I really played with a lot. And I want to go back to my process drawing, because these boxes were movable. And so I was kind of going through a lot of different iterations of what that would mean to have things in different places. I originally started with sort of an administrative wing, a practice wing. So I've kind of messed around with it, but I ultimately settled on this one because I wanted your parents or your caretaker, a lot of these, I mean, they're kids, so a lot of them can't drive. So I thought that if your parent could come, walk you in, sit with you in the lounge, you go to your study, which, or if you're coming to this performance space, you might want to see like where the offices are, where you would go. Or I guess, let me describe this in a better way. So I guess my reasoning for this was definitely intentional, because, but I think that there's value in that. I'm not doing a very good job of coming back from this, sorry. But I wanted the bathrooms and the lockers to be near the studios and near the performance space, and the props to be near the performance space so that you could grab them quickly and then move on. This left sort of introduction when you walk in is all of the administrative stuff. So you have your parent walk in, they need to go to the office if they have a question. If the staff wants to go, then they'll walk straight there and have the study. And this whole programmatic box is for quiet work versus you might have kids who are waiting outside their studios on the bottom being a little bit loud and chattier. So there's definitely room for more exploration, but that was my reason for why I laid it up.
And I think kind of what I'm getting at is that this is, you have taken a stance in terms of the idea of sequencing of where people move programmatically, but how does the way that those individual elements are represented architecturally, is there a way that suggests the relationship between the space? So for example, your performance space, the doors at the bottom of that are closest to the courtyard, those open, and the staircase is kind of exactly the width of that door frame, and it's a very tight opening. So there's these very pointed openings in these spaces. So really just kind of the next layer of this is starting to think about the edges of these spaces and how they relate to that interstitial space in between, and if that is also influencing. It's not just you can move anywhere about the space, because people kind of tend to move with a little more intention, and that is direct. That intention is heavily influenced by what the way that you're treating those architecturally.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So, a lot of your explanation relies heavily on believing in the words that you attach to these notions. And that's to say that when you talk about there being a certain formality in the way that the boxes are contained in this group of volumes versus the park, that you want there to be this opposition between the formality and the kind of informality and so on. Yes, there is a clarity between in that opposition, but it's you who's looking at that opposition, and it's not necessarily the users who are. So I think there's a very important series of steps that you need to take between a clear conception of a project and how that clear conception is actually translated into forms and spaces. So let me give you a couple of examples. As clear as this plan is, each box has a different character. The performance space should be an important space, should be treated in a material way that is probably different to the volume where storage props and the bathroom and lockers are contained, yet both are closed, they're opaque. The studio spaces, the study and lounge, they're partially transparent. And yet, that's the way that you represent it in the plan. It's not really something that is yet explored, right, in your architecture. If you go to the section, there is a very strong emphasis, a kind of an incredible poetic emphasis on the clarity of the roof. And, you can probably get a roof as thin as that, but it doesn't do very much except for be a roof. It won't contain significant services and all that stuff that you've already been reminded of at another review, as you mentioned. But what that roof says is that you want there to be a distinct datum. And when I look at this section, you are not allowing the performance space to be part of that other datum, which is the floor, right? The floor of the performance space is actually lower. So that's a conflict. And it's a classic conflict in an architectural design processes where you have to say, well, what does that do? If the floor of the performance space is lower, what is the importance of the floor of the rest of the building? Right? And you spoke about stage, this being a stage. Well, do you know the Barcelona Pavilion by Mies van der Rohe? Right, so the Barcelona Pavilion by Mies van der Rohe is a stage, and it's raised, right? Now, it's clearly, in relation to the cross axis on which it is placed, it's a huge stage. And yet here, you're not exploring it because you're not expressing the difference in the floor in relation to the real ground, right? So anyway, there are many, many points that one can speak about, but the issue is that you are led by intentions, and you need to follow up and be rigorous, and you need to interrogate yourself, asking, am I really realizing what I would like to see here, or is this just wishful thinking? Are my words projecting onto this project a reality that doesn't exist in the design? And that is quite often what happens, even in well-known architects, that they talk about projects in their own project in a way where you roll your eyes and you say, well, you know, that's kind of wishful thinking, but it's not really there, guys. What you're talking about does not exist in your project. It's just words, right? So you have to be very careful not to attach too much credibility to words. The thing that really counts is the series of forms and spaces that you create and how those are received by users. And if you want to make certain things clear, like you come to the school and you're all on a stage, then you need to raise the platform. Right? And the platform, if you want to have it a separate platform, you probably do something more like the Farnsworth House, where there's a platform as opposed to a solid base, right? It's something that projects so that you float. And floating, a building that floats in the landscape has something much more akin to choreography and to dance than something that has a massive base, right? So those are the kinds of details that relationship of a slab or a floor to a base is fundamentally different to a solid terrace, right? And it's that kind of an understanding that I think you need to develop in your future projects in order to really achieve the kinds of qualities that you want to achieve.
Okay.
I had a similar thought, Nikki, if you go back to your site plan. I was thinking that this, your words not matching your project here when you were presenting it, when you talked about the landscape and it being as in a kind of opposition to the building. And in this case, I would then, if I were going to say those words, I would have created a landscape. I would have added trees. I would have done something to that landscape that made it clear that that's what I was intending. But this, when you said it, I thought, no, that's not happening. I mean, this is not happening here because you're only talking about the trees maybe that were there, or it's not, it wasn't evident yet. But you could go in and arrange a landscape or plant a grove of trees, or or even know what kind of trees they are, yapan holly trees that are low, and you walk through them, and I don't know, it's a grid of trees or it isn't, or they're loosely arranged. But you could do that throughout your project. It could transcend all aspects of your project, actually.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And I think I am definitely aware of the fact that this project is not done. There's a lot of room to grow here. And I think I hear all of your points. I think that I could have been more intentional with my site. And if I maybe had more time, that was sort of where I would have gone in the next direction. I think the point that struck out to me the most that both of you said is that you can't just have a clear concept. It has to translate. And I think that's a skill that I will hopefully learn as I go through this. But I hear you. And I think if I were to go into this now, I would focus on my landscape more, maybe explore different heights, different trees, different sort of elements that could be more, not wild, but you know what I mean. And I think I originally lowered the floor in the performance space because I wanted the height of that. And I don't know that I need that. I need to think about it more, but I think there's a lot of room to grow here, and I hear you. So thank you for your honest feedback.
Okay, thank you, Nikki, so much. And we're going to move on to the last presentation, which is Alexis.
screen. Are you seeing that without anything blocking it?
Mhm.
Okay, so hello, my name is Alexis Carrion. I am a first year MArc 1 student. This is my first vertical studio. I do not have a background. I have a degree in psychology, and I have been working in marketing for a couple of years, and I'm really excited to make the switch to architecture.
You don't have a background in architecture, but you have a background.
Yes, I don't have a background in architecture. Correct. So in creating this school for young and adolescent dancers, I wanted to design a space that reflected the discipline and the rigor of the practice of ballet. It's funny that you mentioned that, Elizabeth and Nikki's project. So I've worked to create a building that celebrates the hard-won achievements of the dancers, but is also accessible and welcomes in the community to witness and to participate. So to do this, I worked with proportion and symmetry to create a rigorous, dignified space, but I've added in some elements of surprise and delight to break up the grid and serve to ensure it's approachable and welcoming. So in this process work here, you can kind of see a clear progression of how my project has come along. So essentially I worked with grids and proportions, starting with a solid box and adding and subtracting elements. I was drawn to arches and wanted to incorporate them as a nod to the elegance of ballet and also as an element to help divide the facades that you'll see here in a moment. So I studied a couple of precedents, the New York Met and Villa Rotunda. So I loved the New York Met as a more modern interpretation of classic architecture. It still has all of the grandeur of a classical opera house, but the materiality and the way that it's executed is more modern. And I borrowed these concrete arches for my project. And Villa Rotunda, completely symmetrical building, and I studied the proportions and the grid and tried to incorporate that into my project as well.
And sorry, Alexis, be clear, not the actual grid. You didn't just take the proportions, but you studied it as a means of understanding classical order.
Yes. So the way that the interior of my space is organized in plan and in the program is in 2 floors, and it's organized by who it serves. So this first floor is meant to be more of a space for the community. So I have put the large performance space in the center, and you can access it straight from the hike and bike trail. And there's this large lobby area on the left. There's a little coffee bar that I've put here to encourage mingling from all those who enter. And then we have some admin space and storage on the right. The second floor is reserved entirely for dancers. So we have the studios on each side facing the entrance that the dancers come through. And we have some study space and a rooftop garden in the middle as a space for the dancers to hang out and kind of make it a more casual space because the exterior is pretty rigid. And you can see here on the exterior, this is the west facade. This is what faces the parking lot. You can see how I've had these 7 arches that kind of serve as bays to divide the space. And every element that I have introduced was meant to divide the exterior further. So you can see here, it creates these kind of 4 rows going this way. And then again, 7 bays. And this envelope of arches is wrapped around the entire building. So the east facade mirrors the west facade in an effort to maintain symmetry. So for the site plan, my site plan is pretty straightforward. I've positioned the building to divide between the entrance from the hike and bike trail and from the community, and then the entrance that welcomes dancers and parents and caregivers. And I've introduced this little park area to the left here to activate that face because we have all these beautiful existing trees over here. And there was not a lot going on here, and also kind of as an element that connects both entrances. And in this entry section, you can see the entrance from the parking lot. You walk directly into this giant lobby space here, and above is the studio and the space for dancers. In this longitudinal section, you can see how the second floor is kind of nestled down a bit, because I wanted the performance space to be a little bit more grand than the other studios. So I have lifted the ceiling, and it also serves as a basis for the rooftop garden. In this cross section, you can see this is office and admin space, and above on the far south end of the building, we have the locker rooms. This is a study area, and again, another studio. This render of the west facade shows the entrance from the parking lot, and you can see how I have this glass curtain wall around the second floor. I do have curtains for privacy. I wanted to, although this space, the second floor is exclusive to dancers, I wanted to connect it in a way to the community and make it not feel so closed off. So the windows serve that purpose, and it's elevated a little bit, so it's not a little bit more private than walking directly into someone dancing. This is the east facade from the hike and bike, and you can see how you walk up these steps to some double doors and enter directly into the performance space, or you have the option to enter off to either side and small doors tucked behind this wood grill cladding. Render of the studio, where you can see curtains that can be pulled, and a marley gray floor, and you can see some of the structure, the concrete structure exposed. And then finally, the render of the lobby, large open space that people can gather and mingle and grab a coffee. And I'm now open to any questions or feedback that you have, and just let me know if I can return to a slide that you want to look at.
So what is, to you, the meaning of symmetry?
That a reflection, I guess, is what I think of when I think of symmetry.
Reflection like that.
Yeah.
But what about posture? I mean, if we're talking about also about a school of dance, ballet school, you have all these kinds of ballet positions. It's about an attitude, right? Symmetry is about an idea of order, an idea of poisedness, balance, etc. And then when I look at your interior plan, so in other words, you're establishing an idea of something on the outside. You are representing certain values, and then when you come inside, something else happens. And you, in your introduction, you spoke about some elements of surprise. Well, there are lots of elements of surprise. The question is, are they appropriate in relation to the expectations that you raise? And I think that's the key point about architecture. When you go to Palladio's buildings, or even the Lincoln Center, yes, you enter on axis. Yes, there are symmetrical staircases on the inside, etc., etc. Now, you don't have to do that. There can be sort of asymmetries, but they have to be well argued and not perfunctory. It's as if you've had an existing building that has been remodeled on the inside, right? So I think one's got to take this issue very, very seriously. symmetry and how you play off certain things inside in order to achieve another balance, another kind of order, another logic that allows the users to understand, yes, one comes in and then there's this entrance space. And of course, here, there is a major staircase there, maybe, and maybe there's an elevator somewhere else, and so on. So there are reasons for altering the expectation into something else. And I don't think that that has been shown in your design yet.
If you go to the maybe the site plan, or actually like well, maybe not that. No one that shows the site, because I was thinking, or any drawing that you want. Okay, this one maybe just briefly. It seems as though you've decided that the building ought to be very compact, right? I mean, that's part of, which is, I think it's a position that one could take, and it may not be any more compact than the other projects, but it looks like it. I mean, the plan looks like it's very condensed, the project, which I think what that allows you is the opportunity then to think about how it positions itself in this field on the rest of the site. And I think there could be some opportunities there that are starting to show up in this drawing. I like the parking. I wonder about the parking. I actually appreciate that the building is pretty much surrounded by the landscape, by trees, by, I'll call it the grass or whatever that is, that it's set itself up, and I think it has to do with the symmetry of the building apart. It's not like so integrated into the landscape in a way. It's not trying to work its way within, at least it doesn't look like it, within what's existing. It looks like it has decided that it can be separate, it can be distinct, it can be different, it's compact, but then it can be set off from this landscape. I would, even though you're not a landscape architect, that's okay. You don't have to, you don't even have to know anything about trees really, to have an idea, a conceptual idea about this building in its kind of exterior purity, although it isn't, but let's just say, in its really strong kind of statement and understanding. It's very formal. In other words, it's a formality to your project, and how it sits on the site is beginning to also be quite formal. And then I wonder about is it in an informal environment? Is the environment that it's in terms of its landscape, is that also formal? Can you take what's existing and formalize it? Does it need to be formalized? So I think in order to understand the building in its context, I think it needs another go round of understanding what it's surrounded by, and not because also in this, the neighborhood context seems rather lively, like there's a lot of different things going on. And so how does your building position itself relative to its surrounding? And it seems like you've made some very important decisions about that in terms of what the building communicates. And I'm wondering how then what that has to do with its situation on this site, and also its situation in the neighborhood. And I mean, that's a kind of a large question. You don't have to answer it, but it's something that your project does make me wonder about. And I think it could be quite powerful. So it's not a negative criticism. It's more of a question that I think the project down the line would want to address.
That's a really great point.
Alexis, do you want to ask? I mean, we have a few minutes left, so I don't know if you want to ask them any particular questions about how you went about solving particular problems. I know that for your project, we were talking about this the other night, that most students, I think, begin and plan and are sort of reluctant to design in section or elevation, and you were the exact opposite. Like your plan was worked out very roughly, and then you jumped into composing elevations and sort of working back towards the plan. And I think that's partly like what Wilfred was picking up on, and Elizabeth as well, is that you've done a lot of work in elevation, and then the plan needs that next step to bring it up into adhering to the expectations that you set up from the outside. But in your process and how you were thinking about this, do you have any questions for them or things that you struggled with that you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, I would love to talk more about the plan, because like Morgan said, that was really difficult for me to figure out. And I'd like to hear more about, I guess, what elements look like moments of surprise that don't belong. And
Wilfred's like, yes.
I guess any and all feedback.
May I just suggest something and let me go into annotate mode, which I've never done before, so this is the first time. In an entrance situation, one would want to have, actually this is not the right, one would want to have something like circulation concentrated in this area, and maybe a staircase. Oops, I'm not very good at this. This is my first time. Maybe a kind of a staircase arrangement that is symmetric. Then there's the kind of major spaces, say in this group, with the minor spaces here and here. Right? So kind of this looks very simple, but actually it's not easy to organize in your plan, but maybe there is a kind of a way of doing it. One reason for doing this is to minimize circulation spaces and surface, right? Because you want to use the building materials primarily for the main purposes of the building, that is the dance spaces, the practice rooms, the offices, etc. You don't want to create unnecessary circulation spaces. So grouping the larger volumes together, concentrating corridor, say in one generous space, having the staircase core, maybe even a symmetric one, an imperial staircase, maybe, just for the argument's sake, and then concentrating the circulation in that particular area. So that would be one approach. And then if you were to say, okay, let's have some element of surprise, well, maybe there is a kind of a circular staircase that is here, right? There's a generous sequence that has very shallow steps and allows people to, the choreographers, the dancers, to actually enjoy it as a way of, preparing oneself for the practice or whatever. But it's a celebration of movement. It's not just a perfunctory element that you have included in this area here, right? This is not just a kind of a functional staircase with kind of necessary rises and goings, etc. So it's that kind of a celebration. Then in terms of other architectural considerations, why are you, here you're doing these square pillars, and here you're doing rectangular pillars, right? We can talk about the details. If you have a grid, why is this element of your building interior, sort of overlapping with this arcade? Why are you not saying this arcade is huge and that space is free for the arcade, right? So you actually, maybe you need to have a more generous arcade. Can you go back to the site plan?
Yes.
And do I need to do something? Yeah, erase, 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 erase. Oh, undo.
You can just clear. If
Okay.
you can find the clear, it'll get rid of all of them. You did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a trash can.
Okay.
You can just throw your drawings in the trash.
Here is the axis of symmetry, right? Why is your building not standing like this?
It was really important to me to keep it close to the hike and bike trail. So I wanted access from the hike and bike trail to be really easy.
Why? If you know, if you, I mean, okay, so you have this hike and bike trail anyway, right? So what I'm saying is you've got this intention to create a symmetric building, and it has an expression of, it has pride about itself. Why is it relegated to the side of the site? If the site then becomes, the areas around this building become sort of meaningless. Yeah.
Well, I guess that was my effort at making sure the areas around the building weren't meaningless. It wasn't quite executed.
Okay. What about this relationship? This relationship here and this relationship here. It's off by just a few feet, and I don't get it.
That's bad.
Right? So I mean, so there are all these kinds of things. I mean, I don't want to go into details, but I'm just saying, if you have an approach, if you have a kind of a pose, an attitude in a positive sense, not a pose in a negative sense, you have an attitude to a building, to an institution, to a program, allow that program to be represented substantively, and not just say, okay, I'm just doing a skin, I'm doing a wrapper, and inside is something completely different, right? That doesn't make sense. One of the goals of architecture should be that everything that you do is related and reinforces another. So that, down to the last material, down to the last screw, there's a relationship between why that screw sits where it is. I'm exaggerating, right? But you understand what I'm saying. The choice of colors, the choice of interior, the choice of furniture, the lighting, the landscaping, all these things cohere. And the notion of coherence, integrity, substantiveness is one of the key goals that architecture should strive for.
I'll just add one thing to that, and it's in response to your wanting your building to be near the hike and bike trail. That's okay, but there ought to, I think, also be a hierarchy in your thinking. So that might have to maybe that does not take precedent, because you have these other things going on. You've made some other decisions already. And so the hike and bike trail and this building being right up against the hike and bike trail, that might not be as important. And in the hierarchy of decisions, that might have to be much lower than these other ideas that you've already established for yourself. So I think I see that a lot in student projects where they want, because there's so much to negotiate. You want to do this and you want to do that, and you have to solve that, and you have to solve this and that and that. There's so much to solve. There's 1,000 decisions you have to make. And I don't believe they cannot all be equal. So some are going to rise to the top of importance, and some will be further down the bottom, and they might not even get addressed, or very minimally. So I'll just add that.
Well, I think with that, we are at our time. Thank you so much for viewers for being here. It was so nice to see all of you. I told Michael the last time I think I saw him was in Vince's studio, which was maybe 8 years ago. I have a very lovely memory of the morning of the review, and you made a mistake in your model and shouted out a couple of expletives, and it was only you and I in the room. I remember it fondly. But thank you, Michael, for being here, Wilfred and Elizabeth. Your comments were great, and we all appreciated you being here. I hope you have a pleasant rest of your Zoom days, should I say.
Well, all the best to everybody, and you know, I'm quite impressed by the level of work, even the fact that it's first attempts for many of you.
I agree. I wanted to say the same thing. I think it's you tackled a lot of things, and I thought the projects were really, there was a lot to talk about. We could have kept talking about them in each project. So thank you for that. It was really enjoyable. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all so
We'll
much.
conclude this session. Students, I'm going to keep this going, and I think what's our break time?
Half an hour, 25 minutes, 23 minutes.
25 minutes, 23 minutes, go. I'll keep this going, and then we'll be back in 23 minutes. Now that our reviewers are gone, you guys, you did so good. So proud. And for all of you that were in this session, please know, I hope all of you know that you had really good reviews. And a good review is not someone saying, I love your building, it's so perfect the way it is. That's not a good review. A good review is whenever they have clear, concise critiques, and especially whenever you see them start like chomping at the bit to like say something, that's a good review, because you're getting their minds churning, and they're digging into your project. So thank you. Okay, we'll see you in 22 minutes. Hey, Cisco. Hey, Joyce.
Hey, Morgan. Did you see my chat I sent to you?
I didn't. Sorry, I was eating lunch really quickly.
That's okay. Just take a quick look.
Okay.
Does that make sense? At the end, you're always live streaming unless you stop it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Cisco. Nice to see you.
I was muted. I was saying, it's great to see you.
I think we're still waiting for Brett. Oh, and she's waiting to be let in. That's the problem. Okay, got everyone. Hi, Brett, can you hear me? Oh, hey, there you are.
Hey, can you hear me?
Nice to see you. I was pleasantly surprised to see your name on our review list.
I know, me too.
Yeah.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, Brett.
Oh, hey, gotta find you in the list. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. So in this session, trying to remember who I'm. Sorry, give me just 1 second. Okay, so in this session, we're going to have Claire, Noah, Andrea, and Kendall in that order. So first I'll introduce the reviewers, and then I'll introduce the project and sort of what they've been working on this semester, and then dive into just orienting you at the where the site is. Before I go into all of that, I just wanted to make sure I make a mental note of saying that the studio has 11 students. Only 2 of the students have background, or 2 of the students are second year. Everyone else, this is their first semester in school. And so 3 of the people that you're going to be seeing, this is their first semester, or sorry, 2. Claire and Noah, this is their first semester, and neither of them have a background. Andrea and Kendall, this is their second semester. Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure I noted that. Okay, so first we have Cisco. All of you know who he is, maybe even fear him and his construction test.
Not that.
No, everyone loves Cisco. So Cisco is a practitioner as well as a construction teacher and graduate level design course teacher. Joyce Rosner is also a faculty in the school. She teaches both undergraduate and graduate level courses. And I think just this semester, you're just focusing on design 1, right? Like I know that you and Vincent Charlton have been working for several years on that curriculum, and I think have been making some nice things. I was just on y'all's review on Monday.
Thank you. Yeah, we appreciated having you on it.
It was fun.
And then it went well, Joyce.
What?
I heard it went well.
It did. It did. We had great reviewers, I'll have to say. We did.
And then we also have Brett Gregg, It is Greg, right? Not
It
Greg.
is. Yep. Yep.
Okay. Well, I remembered correctly. So Brett is a graduate of UT in the master's department. She has worked for many years now as a project manager for different construction firms. And right now she's a project manager for Rouser Construction that focuses on highly detailed, architecturally driven residences. She's very knowledgeable. And you've also taught design classes as
Design
well.
2 mostly. It's been a few years, but yeah, that was kind of my focus.
Okay,
yeah.
great. Great. Okay, so I'm gonna jump into just an overview description. Okay. In this course, the study of dance, in particular modern dance and ballet, the study of dance as the art of human movement was used as a tool to help us explore how our bodies move through and measure space, and the role of movement and pause in a piece of choreography, as well as in our own daily lives. Thinking of dance as the art of human gesture was meant to be a guide to help us celebrate how bodies move through space as we create the spaces that we create. To not just categorize movement as sitting and standing and walking, but to really think about the quality of that movement and the way in which the building plays a role in creating that. In their first project, they were tasked with responding to a set piece of choreography, Martha Graham's work Lamentation, and they were asked to create the place where the dancer sits throughout the movement. It's only a few minutes long, but it's a work about grief, and so they had to sort of reinterpret those movements through the place that they created, that the dancer sat on. In their second project, they were asked to find a place that they liked to sit on campus and consider what compelled them to move to it and what compelled them to pause in it. After analyzing their path of travel, their sitting spot, and how their body fit into those spaces, they were asked to propose an intervention to make what they found there more in service of the qualities that they most enjoyed. This was meant to help them connect to campus in these COVID times, but also begin to consider the built environment around them in terms of how it choreographed them physically and emotionally, and to recognize it, even existing existing buildings and built work as malleable and full of possibility. We watched several dance works, both modern and ballet, as a means of discussing what dancers go through, what their training is like, sort of the world that they inhabit, and how they think about how they speak to the human condition. For the last project, they were asked to take what they learned about ballet in particular and design a ballet school for adolescents. A ballet school for adolescents is an aspirational program because of the nature of the art practice there, but also because the young students hope to someday join a professional company. So that's to say, this isn't a building for a professional company, but teenagers and preteens that hope to become professional at some point. But it's also aspirational in terms of its position in the city. It's sited in South Austin, and it has as its catchment area a diverse population that are not usually exposed to ballet. Designing this school required them to draw on the knowledge gained in the first part of the semester and consider the groups of people that would use the space and how. Dancers use their bodies to express themselves and perform. Architects work predominantly with things external to themselves. So as such, I asked them to make sure that their compositional tools for their final project was structure, material, and light. Something that is, I think, common to the world of dance as well as the world of architecture. So if you give me just a second, let me pull up. They did some site analysis, and I just wanted to pull out some of their diagrams and maps that they made as a means of sort of explaining where this site is. Okay. So This site is just south of 290 or Ben White Boulevard. This is South First Street that runs all the way to the river and keeps going further south. Our site is this little yellow triangle here. Directly to the northwest of the site is St. Elmo Elementary School. Directly north of the site is St. David's South. So there's a lot of doctor's offices and medical buildings. And then surrounding the site is neighborhood that's been built up. Predominantly beginning in the 50s, there are some houses that predate that time, but 50s post-war housing, 1960s and 70s ranch style homes, and then now a lot of newer construction, which we'll show you some images of in a minute. But just to highlight, South First obviously has a lot of traffic, and so James Casey does as well due to the concentration of medical buildings, and it's sort of a tight, compact road, and there's a lot of people going to and from the highway. And St. Elmo, it does sort of skip, once you get past South First, it skips a couple of blocks before it turns into like East St. Elmo. But it is still like a pretty major thoroughfare through there. And this intersection of St. Elmo and Vinson Drive on the west-hand side of the site, there's a lot of traffic there. A lot of people sort of getting lost, going to the school or to the medical buildings, and then sort of, it almost feels like a dead end there as you enter into the neighborhoods. But Vinson runs way far south, turns into Emerald Forest Drive, and goes all the way down to Stasny. So there's a lot of roads that connect to a lot of different parts of the city and a lot of traffic moving around it. It's also bounded on two sides by railroad lines. On the west side is the existing Amtrak line that is still in service. The line that's to the east of the site is now abandoned, but there is talk of it turning into a hike and bike trail. And so we all assumed in their projects that it would be so. And so they're assuming that this would turn into a hike and bike trail on that side. There's not a lot of foot traffic in the neighborhood other than people like walking their dogs and staying within the neighborhood setting. There's not a lot of foot traffic walking down St. Elmo or South First to the more commercial and retail spaces. Here you sort of see a diagram that the students made looking at how the area around the site is used. And you'll also notice that currently the yellow portion of the site, because we're taking up both this blue and yellow area. The yellow, there's currently a Jehovah's Witness church, and the blue is a house. So we're assuming that it would be replatted and rezoned to accommodate this ballet school there. These are just some images of the buildings that you can see in the area. This is the East St. Elmo Elementary School, built in the 50s. And these other buildings are along James Casey for the medical offices. Some of the houses that are pretty characteristic of this area. And then there's also a lot of new construction going on as people are trying to find the most affordable areas in the city as close into the city as possible. So this is an example of some of the new construction that's going on in the area. Lastly, I just wanted to point out that, and I apologize, my computer's moving slowly. One team of the students looked at the existing trees on the site. So this is a map of where the current trees fall along the site. There's a wide variety. Most of them respected the pecans, the large heritage tree pecans, and the main one is sitting right here. And then I should also point out that when you're moving along Vinson Drive and you're driving north, and the first time you see this site, if this church wasn't here, you would see straight through to James Casey. Like there's a pretty dramatic opening in your vision in the road. Vinson still feels very small in scale, but the second you turn on to St. Elmo, it gets much larger, much dense and faster paced. Do you reviewers have any questions about this site before we let Claire take it away? Okay. I'll set my... okay. So with that, Claire, please introduce yourself, say what your background is, and then try and keep your presentation to 8 minutes. And then we have roughly 25 minutes per person in this session.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Claire. I am in my first vertical studio here at UT. I do not have an architecture background. I graduated from Vanderbilt University with a degree in economics about 3.5 years ago now. Are you all seeing my screen?
Yes, we don't see anything yet, though. It says that you started sharing.
Okay. Hopefully it loads soon.
Yeah.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So for me, this project was primarily inspired by ballet's emphasis on the condition of the in-between, the movement of a dancer between pauses at postures. In my building, I really seek to celebrate these in-between moments at both a macro scale, so in between where the main ballet studio programs are located, and also at a micro scale with some of the material connections and the structural connections between members. In my precedent study, I was really drawn to the studios at the Washington Ballet for many reasons, but one was the exposed steel structure and the tall ceilings provided through that condition, as well as the balance of frosted glass on these larger window panels on the left, offering a degree of privacy while also allowing natural light in, as well as the translucent glass glazing higher up. On my site plan, one thing I really wanted to highlight was the west-facing condition of my building, which would house the more practice studios. And so I figured that the students would be coming after school, so in the late afternoon, and they could really capitalize some of the natural lights by having the long axis of these studios facing the west side. I also wanted to introduce a public park, which is represented by this lighter pink shade, to help encourage interaction with the community that might otherwise not visit the site. So here's a partie plan diagram of how I really thought about the concept of my building, with these thinner gray lines representing the rhythm created by the exposed steel structure. And then this lighter pink representing the connective in-between space. As I mentioned, that was critical to my project's thesis. And then these darker pink zones represent where the ballet studios would be, with these two on the corners representing the west-facing side of the building, which would serve as the more practice studio space, and this on the opposite side down below would be the studio that would also double as the performance theater, which I wanted to emphasize a little more of the poetic and nuanced expression of the building on this theater performance side, whereas the other studios emphasize the more disciplined, rigorous aspect of the art of ballet. So here's a diagram representing where the 3D forms are located in my building, with this top layer representing the studios, middle layer representing the more utilitarian functions such as the restrooms and the office, and then this lower layer above the floor plan representing the in-between space, which has the longitudinal corridor and the lobby. In a more detailed plan view, below I have the ground floor. So here is the main entrance, and it opens up into this longitudinal access or corridor, which then goes to one of the practice studios on the right, and then a main central lobby, which also opens up to the adjacent public park that has been added to the site, and the performance studio on the left, and then the second studio down on the right, with some other more functional program housed in towards the back. Up above, there's a second floor plan, which really houses a mezzanine level, which was going to have a space for the students to study, little tables, as well as a little viewing gallery for parents and caretakers and siblings into this practice studio down here, and then an office with a similar viewing gallery, but just in a more private enclosed space. This is the north elevation, which is the main entrance. And I really wanted to highlight how the side on the left, which houses the performance gallery, is a little more nuanced in its materiality and expression. I'll show you in another view, but this roof curves up and is more dynamic than the more rigid rectilinear roof slabs on the other side. And this is a copper cladding, also meant to provide a little more poetic, nuanced expression of the building. And we begin to also see some of these steel member connection plates, which I wanted to articulate those moments in between a material condition change. This west elevation is the side that opens up to the public park. And again, this is really meant to celebrate this in-between space between the two practice studios, with this glazing window with a pattern of translucent and glazed, translucent and frosted window glazing, as well as the roof condition of the performance theater in the background. And in this longitudinal section, we're again looking out to the park. We have the main lobby space down on the first floor, and a staircase going up to the mezzanine and viewing gallery, as well as the office looking down into the other dance studios. And in this transverse section, we have a look into the performance space and the mezzanine again, as well as some of the details of the steel beam and column connections, as well as with the ground condition. This exterior perspective shot is meant to show the west-facing side, as well as a glimpse of the front entrance and this connection between the site and the building itself, and offering many avenues to engage with this beautiful site and the natural landscape. And in this interior perspective, I also wanted to highlight some of these steel plate connections that are buried into the foundation below, but have this oak paneling wood veneer on top. And I'll close with this perspective out from the viewing gallery, looking into one of the practice studios, which again is trying to capture the lighting condition of the late afternoon sun falling into this performance space. So that is all from my presentation, and be curious to hear your feedback.
Claire, can you go back to something that shows your plan or your massing overall? Yeah, that's good. When you were talking about the diagram, which is actually on this page as well, the upright drawing, I was kind of, I think you're doing some interesting things. One of the things you talked about was you have a pretty substantive structure, right? You have probably more than you need, and it's big steel columns and things like that. And this idea of kind of a structural grain that you move perpendicular to, I think is a potentially powerful idea, especially given that you've taken additional steps to emphasize the structure within the architecture, right? The columns don't get buried in the walls. They're always exposed. You see the beams, and it happens. I mean, I'm guessing here it's like every 12 feet or so. I don't know what your column spacing is. You have a very insistent,
about 15, yep.
Okay, a very insistent structure. And I think setting up a circulatory idea where you're always moving sort of perpendicular to the grain, it could be a nice thing. You know, when I see your structure in your perspectives, it seems like it's a little less, the grain is a little less uniform, right? It's actually, like most structures, it has beams going both ways. And I wonder if actually emphasizing all the lateral structure and maybe concealing the structure going 90 degrees might help that feeling. So you're always moving against that structure, and it's kind of metering you as you move up, you know, left to right in this plan along the building. And then your major programs, the two practice rooms, become part of this bar, which is sort of a more singular thing. And the more figured expressive piece gets to be its own pavilion out front. That seems very clear to me. And it kind of showed in your massing diagram when you have to, you know, when you add the bathrooms and whatever number 4 is, closet and this other porch along the side, some of the clarity of that diagram, I think, is diminished, which, you know, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I think given that was part of the way you explained the project, I think it's something to be careful of.
Yeah.
I had a similar thought, Cisco, about that, sort of wondering if some of that some of those service areas could be hidden in thicker planes, maybe leading into the practice rooms, that there was a way to conceal them a little bit more. But I agree, I had a similar thought. Cisco, and I agree that you have some really nice things. You took on a lot at the beginning when you talked about all the different things you were looking at. And so I commend you on that. It's a lot to try to negotiate, particularly as you're just beginning architecture. And I like the idea that you're thinking about the in-between spaces. I think that's very appropriate for dance. Dance is a lot about that space around the body and the space in between the bodies. I wonder if this corridor that leads from one end to the other end of the building, to me, it's a space in and of itself. And so I think that goes to kind of Cisco's comment about the restrooms and storage closet. I think they take away from the impact of that corridor and what it could be as a space. It could even become part of the performance area. I mean, it seems like it's wide enough that performances could take place there. You could have different kinds of dance that doesn't have to just take place in a typical rectilinear studio space. So I think you could also kind of reinforce that. And as Cisco's saying with the structure, I think that would also help to do that for you. The one other thing that I just want to point out about your site is you're thinking a lot about how the structure meets the ground, where the studios, where you step down into them. But I would also suggest that you think about how the building itself meets the ground. When I look at your rendering of the whole thing, right now it's just kind of flat on the ground. Yeah. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So I would think about how do you, I mean, again, it's a lot to think about at the beginning, and you can't really think about it all at one time, but thinking about, yeah, how the ground meets the building, how you perceive it as you're approaching it or moving around it.
Thank you. Yeah, I hadn't considered that condition, but I agree it could use some attention.
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Brad.
Well, no, just sort of piggybacking on the exterior experience of the building too, and I'm again, you've taken on a lot, and I definitely commend you on. There's some really nice subtlety, and you use the word nuance. There's definitely some of that starting to happen, and sort of the relationship between solid wall and column, and what those interstitial spaces can be. I wanted to talk about scale on this too, because when I looked through all of the projects earlier today, and I remember seeing this picture and thinking, gosh, this is the smallest building in the project, not realizing that those windows, which look from afar like just tiny punched openings, are actually these really large, expansive, almost double height windows. And so I thought it was interesting. I don't know if it was purposeful or just sort of happened that way. You're playing a lot with different scale in your facade decisions, and also those panelings. Was there any kind of rhyme or reason to your metering there?
Are you talking about the glazing walls?
Yeah, like that versus the really large punch openings. And it also sort of came up in your sections as well.
Yeah, I think with the paneling, I wanted it to read, especially from the interior. I didn't want it to have as many obstructions that would condense the facade with like more mullions were the window panes smaller. And so I did do a little investigation between smaller sizes. And because this area is so big, reducing the size of the individual panes much smaller, it just provided more of a distraction than the connective to the exterior space that I was hoping for.
Was it sort of codifying the different zones in that way too? The patterning, was that pretty much how you're cladding the corridor hallway versus what's happening with the studios? I know it's interesting to zoom in. There's a couple of spots, and I am not very zoom adept, I have to admit, but like seeing sort of the mullion pattern in that central space in the rendering, how actually like the way you've done the mullions is pretty much like right at eye level. And so it's kind of interesting to maybe revisit and think about actual views in and out, and how you're breaking those up. And then also wondering about sort of that weird kind of mid-waist height on the windows in the studio, and how that might affect the usability of the studio space with bars, or, those walls obviously can't be mirrored. But I guess sort of revisiting with a little bit more of sort of the function and the scale of the body in mind again, about how the human interacts with those height decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
I think given your interest in this kind of in between, I can't remember the word you used, the pauses, it's basically this idea about kind of a relationship between things that is something in and of itself. I go back to that longitudinal section you just had.
Yeah.
I think one place you could begin to make more of that in your architecture is actually the visual connections between the spaces that you're interested in. Like there's one here between that condition, there's something very different here. And you have essentially a bilaterally symmetrical condition in this bar. But the places where that symmetry is broken, I think, are places where you can do a lot with the design. Like, this wall is a different solar exposure, and this one, they're already different. But like this bay where it gets the transom window, because, or I guess it's here because it's the office, I'm assuming. But I think you could make more of those differences. Like I could see that window actually being not just the same window with a transom above, but maybe the entire window is projected and becomes a box and becomes a little bit more figured on the facade. And these sort of internal conditions could be the same. And maybe not just a panel of glass or a different mullion pattern, but they actually become spatial in and of themselves, a little bit like a pause. A pause has a certain dimension of time. It's not just a separation between two sequential moments, but it has properties in and of itself. And I think there is an architectural analog to that that you could really work architecturally. There are design opportunities that would also then help kind of tie all these kind of secondary moments of the architecture into this core idea of what happens between, right? What is the architectural analog for a pause?
Yeah, I think that would be. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Claire.
I was just gonna say I like that idea of exploration, especially because one thing I wasn't as satisfied with the building is it's more the exterior presence and kind of the flatness I felt, especially from the long western facing side, which I used some of the beams and extended out beyond the building envelope, but it still, I don't think was enough to really break that kind of monotonous feel, especially given how long this side is. But
yeah, you said exactly what I was going to say, Claire, and I think it will give you some dimension on the flatness of what's existing now. Go back to that section again. To pick up where Cisco was talking. I mean, you've got these zones that are the in-between there and there, and even, kind of how do you negotiate those? What's that threshold condition? Do you step right in? I guess you get into the studio from the corridor, right? Is that, so again, there's another threshold condition that's existing. So I think you can really, just to pick up on what Cisco was already saying, you can really make more of those in-between zones, even up above. Does this become a thicker place where you step out of this space and into your own little zone that punctures out into the dance studio, just the way the space down here that Cisco was talking about could also pierce the exterior. So you can start to find these places where you punch through both interior and exterior.
Well, and even carrying that over to, we never see it in a rendering, but you've got that big south porch and kind of what that does, how that starts to bleed out into the park landscape, both there and at your main entries, your main thresholds.
Yeah.
Can you go to your site plan? Oh, sorry, Cisco, go ahead.
Nope, you're headed right where I wanted to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you can go first, Cisco.
Yeah, this is gonna sound mean, but this is my biggest frustration with your project. Like, I think you've established some ordering principles, some systems, some ideas, and it seems like the site is just not being driven by those project kind of propositions that you've put forth. It feels like you've designed a building and it kind of landed in a site, and the site is just not at the same kind of level of intentionality as the rest of the project. It's underdeveloped, I think, and that's tremendously frustrating to me because the site, it is what you make as a building is incredibly important, but the way you approach and understand the way that building is framed, it's by its context, and in this case, you have a site that's bigger than you need, and that context, that frame for the building, is half the equation. And I think it didn't get the attention it needed in this project.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Joyce. Now save me.
You said it for me.
Okay.
You said it for me, but yeah, and I think, Claire, I think you know that, just as I was saying about how does the building touch the ground. I think. Obviously you have X amount of time to work on this. And like I said before, it's a lot of things to negotiate, but you really do want to think about how, what are the lines of sight in the site, as Morgan was talking about when you're on Vincent Road, what do you see? How do you approach it? So it doesn't just feel like the building just happened to land where it landed. And it's as intentional as you were trying to be with the building itself, taking that all the way out to the edges of your site.
Yeah.
Okay, we have time for a couple more comments if you all have them. Otherwise, we should probably move on to Noah. Or Claire, do you have any questions or?
Well, if we do have a few minutes, I'd like to, if we could, like kind of talk about the site and maybe some ideas to continue this theme of the in-between, not only with the building connection with the ground, but situating the building itself on the site. Because I obviously agree with you all, it's a weakness, and that I would be, and I did struggle through that when I was working on the plan itself. So I'd love to hear any thoughts.
One of the first things that I'm noticing is that you've taken kind of a very like suburban sort of stance with your building. You've got this big surrounding yard and you've put it right in the middle, and maybe reevaluating some of the climatic conditions, as well as the sort of urban conditions about what edge, is there an edge that this really wants to favor? And then also thinking about, again, like just even as basic as the solar conditions and the wind conditions. So you've got this really broad western face. What are the decisions? What are the interstitial spaces that you're going to create to help buffer that really intense? Because I'm assuming, it's a kind of an after school dance studio. So that western face is front and center with the sun, and sort of how that reacts. And then also thinking about just sort of the speeds of those three bounding roads and trails, and how, the 35-mile-per-hour car kind of experiences the west and the north faces versus the slower, bike and walking speed of people. There's a lot of factors that go into it, but those are some.
Yeah, I didn't consider that, the speed aspect. Thank you for bringing that up.
I think I was, sorry, Cisco, do you want to go?
No, you please, Joyce.
Okay. I think also to continue that thought, thinking about where people might congregate outside as well. As Brett was saying, kids are coming out from after school. They might even be most likely walking over from their school. And so there could be also making an exterior place that feels like it's still part of the building. You could start to really look at that as a way to develop the site. You could also start to think about, when I look at the site, I start to think about what's the geometry of the site, what's the underlying geometry, and there's kind of this, that's sort of the center of the site running through. That way, do I start to tip my building and start to orient more towards one face, and let the sort of northwest be more the public side? And then I have to think about shading. Do I introduce trees to the west, like a grove of trees that might provide shade? And then what's that sequence as you're walking through? If you're gathering outside, if kids are gathering outside, then can someone else see them, or are they kind of behind a little bit more of a privacy edge, whether that's a green edge or a fenced edge or whatever? So I think sort of continuing from the building, one, thinking about how you place it, and then what extends from it.
I completely agree. I thought where you were going with the precedent of the frosted glass, and then establishing this park just west, and talking about students are there in the afternoon, that wall was going to be the frosted glass wall. And, in the afternoon when the students are practicing, the shadows of the trees are crawling across that wall. And, but that's suppositional. I think Brett's point about finding an edge or finding an anchor, so often if you're going to organize something on a site, you are often looking for can be something pre-existing. Sometimes you have a site like this where there isn't so much, it's all just, I'm assuming, relatively flat grass and trees. But the other thing I would say is, there's lots of ways to design. There's lots of ordering systems. You don't have to have a building and a site follow the same, but probably the most common strategy is to use some of the same systems. Like if you took those lines of structure, instead of letting them stop at the building, I'm not saying like literally have beams, but you just extend them across whatever you're doing, extend them across your site. Like this is your circulation space. Like that's a place to start. Like think about, could there be implications? And then what the other thing that Joyce was saying was don't, everything built does not have to happen, within, right now, almost everything built is within the box, and nothing gets built outside the box. And literally letting, if you look at most projects, there's walls or canopies or other architectural built things that are structuring the spaces of the landscape. And that's helpful because some of those things you need, like if this is truly a public park and this is not, like at some point you're probably going to have a fence or a site wall or something that will help people know that they shouldn't just walk from here. If you take 10 steps north, all of a sudden you're not in the public park anymore, you're in private land. Like those are conditions that would want to be delimited, and they could be delimited with landscape architectural elements, but I would say be more generous with your built elements to help structure the landscape in the future.
Okay, those were great comments. Thank you, Claire, for all you put in a lot of hard work on your project. Thank you.
Thanks for that feedback, y'all.
Sure. Okay, now we're gonna move on to Noah. So Noah, just remember, tell them your background and where you are in school, and 8 minutes.
Okay, can everyone see my screen? Yes. Okay, awesome. I'm a first year MArch 1 student. I graduated in May from UT with a degree in pure math. So it's quite different. It's quite a turnaround for me. So I'll just jump into my building. So the main revolving idea of my project was the idea of floats. I also used to dance when I was in middle school and high school. I did modern dance and I did ballet as a child. So a lot of my experience is that of a child, I guess. And so what I wanted to focus on were things that like indicate floating in a building. And so one of the things I have is like 2 separated layers where I have a ground floor and a float floor on my building. And I'll get into the details of that a little bit more. Okay. So one of the things we had to do was considerations for people. So for performers or kids, I wanted them to have a place to learn to aspire in, a place to learn how to move, and appreciate the strength of their own bodies. Whereas for caretakers and parents, I really thought, a place to watch a child grow, a place where others are dedicated to your child is important as a space as well. And then for teachers, a place to teach children and support them, a place to carry out your passions and instill them in others. And for community, a place where the beauty of dance is accessible to all. But in my conversations with Morgan, we really landed on the idea that a place to learn and appreciate the strength of your own body was a big thing for every single person to learn and try to take away from this space. So I have some initial ideas. Here's a sketch that Cisco helped me with when we did our mid-review. And so a lot of this was diagramming the landscape and the site. I've had a lot of trouble with that. Honestly, it's still not resolved either. It's one of the things that I think has been the most frustrating for me is figuring out how to put the building idea that I have on this site and like how that relationship works with everything that's going on. So I'm still fleshing that out and definitely open to any feedback you guys will have over that. Then, so Morgan asked us to consider materials as well. So I was thinking wood, glass, concrete, and steel, and how those relationships to each other create an idea of floating. And one of the images I really like is this middle top one, where we have all these like wooden staircases against a concrete wall. I really think that expands on the idea of floating. And then like the juxtaposition of really heavy materials next to something more lightweight, and then glass and light being, framing devices that could be used to continue that idea afloat. So I'll just run through my plans quickly. So this is the outside view of the plan. And then as I continue to go through it, I have like the technical drawing next to the rendering of it. But this is the float floor and what's inside of it. So inside we have a ballet studio, or 2 ballet studios next to a garden patio in the center of that. We have restrooms and changing rooms, and then a seating area, and then long gallery windows that I'll show you guys soon. Okay. And that's the rendering. The middle, so this is again where that like staircase and elevator have that continue and like act as the support for the float floor. And then this is the ground floor. And yeah, we have office space over here that has a like kitchen galley window that gives sight to what would be a courtyard over here, as well as a performance dance hall, storage units, a restroom, seating area, and then a ballet room. This is the north elevation, east elevation, south elevation, and then the western elevation. And then this is how I imagine people moving through the space. So on the top floor, I cut out, or I did a section cut through the garden space and the staircase, where we can see a woman just, taking time to have a moment of peace in that space. And then here we have dancers below and people walking through the space, doing all the other things that they need to do. And yeah, that continues that idea just from a different perspective. And then I have moments that I would call, and these are open to feedback because I don't think any of them are resolved, of course. But some moments, this is that like view to the garden space right as you come up the stairs, and there's the elevator there. This is the patio space from the outside. This is where you would sit on the top floor of the float floor as you're either waiting for your class to start or waiting on your kids to finish their class. And then this is that long hallway on the float floor. And then one of the things I considered a lot was the restrooms, which I think is an odd detail. But as a dancer, one of the things you always need is mirrored spaces. So I was thinking of making pretty much just a full wall in the restroom that was a mirror with a little mirrored shelf as well. So if you need to do your makeup and do all that, you have that. But then also over here, where you would have the washstand, the sink and everything, not having a mirrored space, but instead having a view to the outside. So in that like 20, 30 seconds that you have someone captive, they're reminded of that view and of that sensation of floating instead of, looking at themselves and looking in a mirror. And then this is my float moment. So essentially it's a concrete elevator with floating stairs, floating wooden stairs encased in glass. And it's about 4 feet tall. And that's like the moment of float where you're transitioning into those spaces. It's not fleshed out. I think it has a lot of problems structurally. I'm not really sure about it, but it is a moment that I like a lot in the building. And then that's the overall idea. And then I included some of the things I still need to add. So the courtyard was a big idea for me that I wanted to focus on. And I really like the idea of these kinds of spaces. So that's one of the things I want to continue to develop. And then of course, the site plan in accordance with the building and what that should be doing. Yeah, that's where I'll leave it off at.
Yeah, so I also don't like your site plan, but I'll just get that away and not talk about it again.
I don't like it either.
The other thing I'll say is you have an idealistic view, like your very introductory portion of your presentation just made me feel like a bad parent. I have a younger son who is like takes ballet. He's taking, it's for 6 months, and like you know, the way you characterize what a caregiver is doing during ballet lessons, like, you know, watching your child find to, you know, realize
I had a
potential.
hover parent. Yeah, my mom was a hover parent, so she was definitely one of those people watching outside the door and everything.
Yeah, I think it's far more profane than that. It's like, you know, catching up on emails or surfing YouTube or trying to get to the grocery store to get some food before the lesson is over.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's an aside. It might be a question for you. So, I mean, I feel like your building proposition is clearly in two parts, right? The grounded piece and the float part. You've chosen to articulate those two with a very, very similar vocabulary. But you didn't really talk, you talked about materials in a general sense, wood and steel and glass, but you didn't really talk about what is the material, the gray material in this drawing?
Oh, sorry. That's the concrete. So there's concrete, and then there are these like they serve as mostly like the windows, but this like paneled window glass system, and that would be the steel embedded in that, and then yeah, just wooden doors, probably like wooden fixtures, not as like the main detail in it. I think apart from the stairs, but definitely as like an accent to the concrete.
Okay. Is it important that the grounded piece and the float piece have the same, I guess they don't have the same dimension, the float piece is a little taller, but that they have the same exterior character or materiality?
To me, initially, that's how I envisioned it. I don't know. That's definitely like one of the ideas that I should play around with more. I think one of the big issues I was thinking was that concrete is such a heavy material, and putting that on a float floor with such like a small support base is really difficult. And I was thinking maybe having wooden walls, but I feel like I don't know enough about the materials to see if that would work.
Yeah, I'm not asking from the point of view of like feasibility. I'm really asking from the point of view of like what is your, you know, what is your argument? Because I think you can argue it either way. They you know, maybe it's very important to you that they be exactly the same, right? And one is, you know, these kind of relatively heavy boxes. One is sitting on the ground, and one is somehow magically up in the air. I think you could equally go the other way. You could make the grounded one solid and the float one glass, or as you were just implying, maybe the float one is actually the heaviest thing of all, and it's and the ground thing is you set up a condition of contrast between the two. But it's weird to me that you didn't, like, that's something I would want you to address in the explanation of the project. Like, what is it? Like, what is the core characteristic? I've set up these two volumes. They have very different relationships to the ground, and I've applied these sorts of qualities to them as pieces of architecture that I think makes it more powerful in this way. Like, that's sort of the piece that I'm missing a little bit. I think you could go a lot of different ways and make a strong argument for it, but you didn't make an argument. You didn't really talk about it, and so that's why I'm asking the question.
I had that same thought, Cisco, and because I really like your idea of this grounded piece and a floating piece. I think it's a really strong idea, and particularly given the nature of the project. I mean, thinking about dance and defying gravity. I think it's a very nice idea, but I agree with Cisco. I think really thinking about what each of those should be, and if they are both concrete, why is that important? And that's your decision, but I think that it's an important one to think about and understand. Also, then you said that the stairs were you really like the idea of these stairs that move from one through the other. That's the connection between the two, because the one is not only floating above the ground, but it's also floating above the grounded piece that you occupy. So it's sort of floating in two places, and it's not clear. And I know you said you hadn't actually figured it all out, but really trying to think about what that connection is. Like, you know, right now, obviously, I think you said it's in glass. It reads like you're outside for a moment, and then you're back in. So thinking about that, should that be a separate thing as well, a separate material? Is that its own piece? And then how do you move into that space? One thing for me, Noah, and this is just kind of general, and I understand it's your first semester. For me, your drawings are hard to read. And I know you're still just learning the software, but I think, and maybe I'm saying this because I just finished teaching design 1, but it might help you to do some hand drawings, even if they're not pristine, they're not perfect, but to start to not just be able to go by a 3D model, but actually have to lay out a plan, lay out the section from that plan, and start to use the drawing as a way to think through some of your decisions. It might just help you at this stage, because I think sometimes when you just maybe modeling a 3D and then you take a section cut or a clipping plane, it doesn't connect maybe in the same way it does if you have to actually draw it out. And then going back and forth. I don't know, Morgan, you may have had them do some hand drawing. It's hard given the circumstances and the way that we're all working right now. It's definitely easier to just work digitally, but I think the drawings are very flat. Even the plans, the line weights are hard to read. All those kinds of things that will help you think about it as well. So I'm not trying to come down on you on your drawings, but I think those will help you also visualize the 3-dimensional space.
I think Noah is aware of all of those things. Or I know that Noah is aware of all that.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. I have a lot to learn.
Yeah, no, I think Noah has been very, she's been very good about I think staying focused and determined this semester in spite of, feeling like she's taking water out of a fire hose and not I think not just because you're new to architecture, but because your background is so focused on math. And I think you found that the transition difficult, in terms of mentally conceiving of how to design a building, but also learning the tools and learning the language and all that stuff. And but I do think you've made significant strides just and how you've represented each project. It has an upward curve.
Yeah, I mean, I know for myself, this project has a lot of problems in it, but I feel pretty proud of where I've come since the beginning of the semester, because that was rough. Yeah, just a lot of things to learn, which is good.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have to just forge ahead and put stuff down and then go react to what you've put down. So I agree. I think you should feel proud of how far you came.
So Noah, can we look at a section maybe?
Yeah, I can go back to one. I think this one is probably my favorite one, if that's good for you.
Yeah. So what I'd love to see you do next is that you take and using your hand, because you've kind of taken the software to the limit that you can right now, but using your hand, overlaying some trace, really thinking back to that idea you mentioned earlier about this juxtaposition of heavy and light. I mean, you understand how gravity works on the body and what the body has to do to kind of overcome that as you're moving through dance. But doing an overlay, and this can also kind of help you analyze your sort of thesis or conviction that the upper floating form be this solid, heavy thing. But overlaying kind of the weight, backing up a little bit. What I'm trying to get at is that you've treated every single edge condition, the base, the ceiling, roof, walls, with the same thickness, and starting to revisit about the heaviness, the weight of kind of rooting down versus the float, and maybe taking a look at lightening up some of those walls, or really if you want to emphasize this sort of heaviness, really starting to thicken up some of these walls. And as you kind of do that, you may start to open up some opportunities for actually making this work a little bit better structurally. One thing I question, so this idea of float, I think just this little, I know you said it's 4 feet basically from floor to roof, but it's so tiny.
Yeah.
It's like you've just sort of started to do it, but like if that's important to you, like let's spread out that experience of separating, and coming up into this other really special volume that is made, it's like these kids are coming to learn ballet and they get to go to this like super amazing box in the sky, maybe. And so that experience of ascending, trying to kind of make that a little bit more special. And then that also experience of separation a little bit more special. But there's some material weight that even though you're new to architecture, you still can inherently understand just walking around in the world that buildings are really heavy.
Yeah.
But there are ways that you can make them feel lighter. And so sort of codifying your section and making those decisions to help zone it out a little bit more.
Yeah, I love that idea. Yeah, I wish that slot I realize it needs to be substantially smaller than the layers it's separating, right? That's probably why it's 4 feet, but I kind of want it to be, I don't know what the minimum allowable headroom is, but I want it to be 7 feet. So you can get off that stair halfway up, especially if the top object were super heavy and you're like, the ceiling is right there and it's all stone or concrete and you're feeling the weight, you're feeling the discomfort of being under this thing that weighs who knows how many tons and is heavy, and apparently is not held up by a whole lot because you somehow concealed the structure. And then it becomes part of that ascension, because I do think that's right. Like if you have these two different things, the grounded and the floating piece, the connection between those two becomes incredibly important. And I hopefully it's more than just, a hole cut out of the lower box and a hole cut out of the upper box and a stair that gets you through both holes so you can get from one place to another.
Well, I wonder too, like in this, is the garden space that you refer to, is that an interior space or an exterior space?
It's an exterior space. Let me see if I can find a better rendering of it.
I mean, on the plan, it looked like exterior there.
Yeah, exterior space. Yeah.
I mean, you could think about like what Cisco and Brett are saying. I mean, that roof plane could be your garden space. Like that space in between the two, so that you get to the stairs, you have this interstitial space, and then it bleeds out into the uncovered area, and that becomes the garden space. So it's sort of this sandwich between the upper and the lower.
But from a totally like aesthetic point of view and just like really enjoying sort of the metering and rhythm, that's the one moment I really love in this project, is that carved out chunk for that courtyard, that upper courtyard. I don't know if there's just something nice, like proportionally about it, except that when you zoom in on the rendering, then you realize that it's actually pretty skinny and bounded and totally bounded by these hot concrete walls. And so it falls a little bit short there, but just in terms of like proportional sort of decision that you've made, like aesthetic decision, like I just really like where that landed. So
thank you.
Totally subjective.
No, as you go through this transition into design education, which I think everyone acknowledges is a very different animal than most sorts of experiences, I wanted to reinforce one thing Joyce said. Yes, your drawings could be better, but for me, it's as much about the process. Like, I think you're relying way too much on the digital model, which is very easy to do. I've been fighting my own students all semester on this. Like, you just want to model it, and so you feel like it's there. But one of the biggest benefits of drawing a section that doesn't come from a model, whether it's by hand or you're just drawing a 2D drawing, but drawing the drawing in 2 dimensions, is it eliminates, as you now know, there's 10 million decisions that you're trying to juggle all at once. And just like a diagram eliminates like a whole bunch of things you just don't have to worry about while you think about an organization or some sort of ordering system or something. A section, or even a plan, but especially a section, eliminates tons of stuff, right? You're just cutting the section at that location, right? So depending where you cut it, there's a piece on the ground and a piece in the air. And I can just design some conditions in that section, not worrying about where my stair is or what my fenestration is doing, or anything that doesn't show up in that section. And it's tremendously empowering, because I don't think any of us can make all 10,000 decisions simultaneously. It's just too much to manage not emotionally, mentally. And you need to find ways of kind of foregrounding certain conditions to make decisions about them that are in concordance with your ideas for the project. And two-dimensional drawings, they are the conventional projections, but sections especially are tremendously powerful because they do in one way the same thing a diagram does. They eliminate a whole bunch of other stuff that isn't in that particular section and let you just focus on architectural conditions of that section. And oftentimes you will make some decisions or find some inspiration, some ideas, just messing around with a 2D section that then you can fold back into the larger condition of the architecture. But when you're always working in a 3D model, it's always all there all at once. And it becomes very difficult to distill some of the conditions that you're working with. And so I think it is the dominant production mode most designers have, that come up through school nowadays. But I'm not, I'm all in favor of eventually doing a digital model, but I don't think it's the best tool to conceptualize and establish kind of fundamental design principles. I think you should pay more attention to the 2D, not just in your final drawings, but truly in your process.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
and
that's
the
good feedback.
The beauty of the section is that it's the one that most gets at the heart of the person's experience, because it's that vertical, height and how light things overhead are coming in that you don't necessarily always get in plan, and certainly not once you sort of enveloped everything with the envelope in the rendering. It's funny that you bring that up, Cisco. My very first vertical studio at UT, the entire semester, we could only work in section. We weren't allowed to think beyond that. And it was fascinating. I came to UT with a background in architecture, and I'd never, my first 4 years of undergrad, I'd never thought about it that way. And it was really empowering. It was cool.
And you can even just even think about it just compositionally, and then sort of what, and then you add in obviously experience and orientation, all those kinds of things. But, even if I just look at your, what Brett was saying about this garden space, it's really nice. If I think about what was removed, could that be added? Like, could that void then become an addition, like at the entry, and start to make a contrast in the relationship of cutting in and popping out. And so if you even just thinking, particularly at when you're just starting out, without getting so caught up in so many things, like Cisco said, if you try to resolve all of it at once, your head explodes. You can't, none of us can do it. So if you just sort of break it down, just like you did at the beginning, you showed us all these things that you were thinking about, and then you said you and Morgan talked, and you started, you had to think about it hierarchically. What was the most important thing? So you start somewhere, and then you let that something guide the next decision, and then the next decision. But you've got a really strong idea, actually. I'm kind of excited about this floating piece that you have.
Thank you.
All right, we need to move on to Andrea now, but no, I thank you. Thank you for your work and your determination throughout the semester. You really have only gotten better. So thank you.
That's good feedback. That's pretty much the goal at this point.
Good.
All right, thank you.
All right.
So, I'm Andrea. I am a second year in the MRAC 1 program. I have a background in math as well. And coincidentally, this semester I did get to work more on math because I took structures. So you'll see some of my structures things in my presentation right now. So let me pull it up. Right. So when we were given the prompt of a ballet studio, I thought about what it actually meant to me, since I danced for about 8 years of my life, and how the actual movement of the dancer seems to be very ethereal. And that was the word that stuck in my mind, ethereal. And I looked at the definition on Google, to be extremely delicate and light in a way that seems too perfect for this world. I'm sorry, there's a typo in there. But I felt that this is kind of the epitome of ballet for something to be ethereal, since it's kind of the opposite of what they're straining themselves to do. They're constantly employing this power and this sense of rigidity to be able to pull themselves further and further upwards. And the question for myself was, how could I possibly make a building ethereal? So I first started with some sketches and conceptually thinking of the movement of a dancer constantly being pulled upwards, and how the building should also do the same thing, pull it upwards and be very rigid and strong, and maybe not completely seemingly so strong at every point. So the first sketch that I made is the one on the right, where the dancer is elevated about 3 feet from where the viewer would be watching them. And that was to give them that extra push that they would need to lift themselves up, considering they are training themselves to be professional dancers, and constantly being watched, having somebody watching your feet as a dancer kind of gives you a little bit more of a push, like, okay, I really can't mess up. You're watching me, what I'm doing. And also giving that chance for the parents and the teachers to be able to see it from a different vantage point, already setting them up for the role that they would play on the stage. The next thing was trying to figure out some kind of structure for this hierarchy. And I know I kind of worked a little backwards. I started from the section and worked my way from the top down, going from one floor to the next would mean a different program, and there would be multiple floors within each, I guess within each stop. So there was a bunch of interstitial floors all the way until you get to the parking lot. I thought about materiality as a steel frame with W-beams and open web joists, and thinking about how I could possibly make the structure as light as possible. I didn't want to use concrete as much as I could avoid it, since it is a very heavy material, and thinking about what I wanted to use for the roof, I also wanted to employ a feeling of lightness. So I chose to use a tensile fabric structure for the roof with a polycarbonate frame underneath it. And we'll be able to see it a little bit more. And trying to resolve how this whole structure itself would connect to the ground plane was very important, since there was so much emphasis being placed on this upward movement and the pulling of this building itself, going from the studio to the locker rooms to the viewing space to study space, all the way down to the parking. I felt like the way that it touched the ground was very important, and it would need to have something almost soft to land on, so that it would have a sharper contrast to it, and not having any asphalt or concrete for where the parking lot actually was, thinking about permeable pavers and tall grass, keeping that one single pecan tree, since they're kind of important to Texas. And it serves as a focal point towards where the building is kind of being pulled as well. You can see it a little bit more in the plans, where in this top space up here, I had the studio that I started with, and that's the highest point in the two buildings, where you can move down to the locker room, move back up to a viewing space, move down to different programs below, and almost exactly mirrored on the other side would be the other studio space, both of them oriented towards the south to be able to get the maximum amount of sunlight, and having the horizontal overhangs with frosted glass to really try to reduce the amount of heat gain. Here you can see from where I cut it that the lower plane of the second part of the building would actually meet up with the lower part of the parking lot, and you could go further down into the performance space, which I felt was very fitting, since you could bring down your art to the community and be able to share it a lot easier. I made sure that everything was more of a ramp, like 12:1, because of the whole ADA thing, but also trying to make sure that it's easily accessible to anybody that would want to be interested in dance, having that performance space available. And you can see it here in the section where that entrance over here would be from the parking lot, and lobby over here going down into performance space or moving upwards to a viewing space. This was the interior of one of the studio spaces, where it would only be a one-way mirror for where the parents or whoever chose to watch them would be from on one side, and a regular mirror on the other side, with glazing and just a paneling system for the other walls. And here you can see it from the vantage point of a parent or caregiver watching their students on the other side. And finally, on the exterior, which this one is not as successful. I need to work on this rendering a lot more. But the idea is there. It needs to get shaped a little better for how it touches the ground and how that grass is really, working with the building itself. And that's all I have for today. I would really appreciate any feedback.
So do you have an overall plan? I have to admit, I'm a little bit disoriented in terms of, do you have an overall plan, floor plan or site plan?
I only have the one site plan that has this up here.
Okay, can you go back to the more zoomed in floor plans then? Okay. And then the next one. Can you go to the next floor plan?
I only have the two right now.
Okay, no, but back up just one. For some reason, maybe there's a delay on my computer. Basically, what I'm not totally clear on is the connection between the two volumes right now. Is that outdoor space, or is
there's an outdoor space that goes right along here, but it's closed off for the most part. Wherever you see that covering, it's all closed off.
So you go outside to go from one building to the other?
Not necessarily.
No.
You could, but you don't have to.
But you don't have a plan that shows that?
Not yet.
Okay.
So Andrew, where is the main entry?
That would be dependent on where you're coming from. If you're going to drop off your child, they could enter from over here. Or if you're just parking and walking up, there's an entrance right over here. There's also another entrance on the side if you wanted to just bypass the lobby and go straight to the other studio.
Do you see one being used more than another? Like, do you see one as being more important?
I see them more as kind of a hierarchy. I don't know if any of you are familiar with dance schools in general, but it's kind of like you get moved into a different class, you know, every time that you, at least in the classes that I was in, we would get moved to an entirely different room if we reached a certain level. So actually moving from one studio to the next could potentially mean that you're at a different level.
Is there a place where you see all the students kind of congregating, where they might be hanging out between classes or waiting for their class to start, or is it very specific to each level?
I mean, it would just be dependent on, I guess. I didn't really see a place of congregation necessarily. There's a lot of spaces that they can meet if they wanted to, since there's a study space over here, there's the lobby over here, there's this interstitial space in the middle that it's really just mostly for circulation, but it's allowing for places of meeting.
Can you go back to your plan again for 1 sec? So the lobby is over to the left. That's the lobby space.
It'd be right underneath there. I know I needed to make a lot more plans. These took me a lot longer than I anticipated.
The 2 practice rooms are stacked. Is that right?
The 2 practice rooms?
This lobby is to the left, but then, and you have the performance space, which is sort of buried. But the 2 practice rooms
is over here.
Right.
And then the two.
This is one.
Sorry.
This upper right one is one practice room. And where is the other one? It's stacked on top.
It's right over here.
Okay, these are the 2 practice rooms.
Yes.
That show in this plan. And where is the lobby then, you said?
Sorry, Andrea,
Right
to
down
be
here.
clear, in your previous drawing?
Underneath this practice room.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the practice room that's shown in that previous plan is to the top right of the performance space in this plan.
Right.
Oh, okay.
But that's a 2-story building as well. Both practice spaces are elevated 1 floor, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what's underneath that upper right-hand practice space?
The study space, kitchenette, and then kind of an interstitial space below that is the office.
Okay. And your parking lot is up, it's on a hill, is that right? I see a bunch of contours on your site plan, and there's a level difference between.
That's one of the, they can come in from the top and then move down. So the parking lot, the actual place to park is at the lower spot, almost on level with the lobby.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry to keep asking you to flip around, but can you go back to the section that cuts through the lobby and the performance space? So above the performance space, this is outside. This.
Yes.
All of this is outside.
This is all exterior right here.
Oh, okay.
And is that underneath? Is that sheltered by the canopy, or it's not? That's the canopy we're seeing in elevation beyond. Is that right?
That's the canopy use. Yes, exactly. Elevation beyond.
How tall is your performance space? Are you worried that that performance space?
The performance space is 12 feet tall. I made it very tight.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's things I like about your scheme. This kind of a framing of the project around this ethereal condition, which the definition I can't remember exactly, but I took it to be like, something that has a condition that really can't be, right? It's too perfect for this world, I think it was. And I think there is that, maybe I should be careful because I don't know a lot about ballet, but I do have a memory. I have a cousin who was on the Danish side of my family, danced for a decade for the Royal Danish Ballet. And I have a clear memory it was probably like 7, we did this whole road trip to go see her perform, and it was this amazing performance. And then because she was in the US, we, took her afterwards, and, we got to interact with the dancers, and it was like a totally different, people were bleeding because they were taking their feet out of the point shoes. And there was like sweat and all sorts of stuff that was completely in contrast to the appearance of the performance itself. And I do think that that could be something that is powerful. I think it's really embedded in the canopy condition, this carapace kind of piece of your building. And I think steel is a smart choice. I mean, steel is kind of like that, right? It's like the heaviest material we can build out of, but we tend to use it as architects because you can make very thin sticks that actually can hold things up and that sort of thing. The places where I think that could be most powerful are the places where it's most exposed, like where you're on the top floor and you're seeing it, or you're captured between the ground and the canopy, or you're captured between the volumes of your building and the canopy, which aren't so many because right now your canopy is trimmed pretty tightly to where your building is. Like I think you'd see it in the performance spaces, right? Like there. But I kind of wish that there was much more canopy and it was also sheltering some of the spaces around your building. So there's something interesting there. It's kind of an idea also about this kind of weak form, or this very kind of hard to, you can't really, in any one place, you can't really understand exactly what its figure is, but it shows up at various corners and entrances in interesting ways. But I have to say, like trying to understand what's going on with your project from your drawings is like, we had just had about 5 minutes of like, what is where and what's going on here, and that shouldn't be happening in your second year, right? You should be able to draw things in a way that we can pretty quickly get a grip on it.
Yeah, I think I'm still a little confused about parts about exactly what's happening. But can you go back to your plan, Andrea? Or your site plan, sorry, your site plan. I think you're one that's kind of really focused on that tree, the pecan tree. That's that one that's in the lower corner there. And so I think that, that's a place where you could really make something of the exterior. And I agree with Cisco, to me, the most interesting part is that canopy. But I kind of get lost when I'm I feel like when I'm looking at your plans, I'm kind of lost as to where I am, or where that is, or where I get to experience it. And so, that could even be something that extends to an outdoor shaded area, or another pavilion that's an exterior pavilion that starts to have a relationship to this space and the tree and kind of the other face of it. Is north up on this?
North is to the right.
Okay. Oh yeah, there's the north arrow. Sorry, didn't see it down there. North is to the right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'm having a hard time because I don't think I still understand exactly what's happening. I will say that that one rendering that you showed where in the dance space where it's very dark, is that the rendering, or is that the kind of the space how you wanted the space to feel?
That's the rendering.
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
So you were envisioning.
I spent way too much time on these renderings when I should have been doing more of my plans and stuff.
It's a nighttime scene.
Yeah.
What space is that? Is that the one of the practice
studio spaces? Yeah.
And are there columns in the middle of it, or that's just a mirror that's making it
It's
look
a
like?
mirror. That's why it's so cool, right? It came out so cool. It's all a mirror. This is mirror here, mirror here.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Thank you, Cisco.
Frosted glass.
It feels very confined for a dance space, but again, it could be the view you're taking. It could be the low ceiling height, or what reads as low. There's no people in it, so is that the 12-foot?
It goes 12 feet from here, and it goes all the way. Actually, is it 12 feet here? It might be 15 feet here, and then 20 at the top.
Oh, okay.
So it's not that low.
Yeah, I think if you had turned your view like 90 degrees so that like you see a little bit of the view out onto the site, and then you see a little bit of the mirror, that would have illustrated the openness that you were going for.
That was the next one I was going to do, and then my V-Ray crashed.
Oh.
So it made me sad.
And then maybe showing that, like the surface of the ceiling, I assume is going to be a different, but that's the canopy, right? Is that the canopy? Yeah, so that would look very different just in terms of its light and darkness to the structure that you have, which is very dark. So you sort of would get the sense of the sky above you, or sort of the ceiling above you expanding. And I think right now, because it's reads the same as the structure, it's very heavy, and you don't read that ethereal quality.
I still can't get over the performance. I'm still trying to think through for myself, like, why is that a strong performance? But like, I kind of like that you did something different and you buried it. But the other way of thinking about it is you've been given this very generous site with all this landscape on it. Judging from other projects, it didn't have to be a black box sort of performance space, and you've made it this cave. And I guess
so I've been to a lot of performances, and I like the whole procession of going into a different world and going into my favorite ones have been when I have this whole procession going through like underneath something and coming out, and all of a sudden I see a completely different world, and they can create whatever space they want in it because they get to choose what kind of lighting they want, choose the kind of fabrics and things that they want inside.
Okay.
And I think, sorry, I want to jump in too, Andre, and I know when we were talking about this, like when we were talking about what the overall character of the site was, is like you had this like wavy, flowy grass that went across the whole thing. It was just this totally overwhelming condition. And then your building was meant to sort of rise up out of it, and this canopy to like sort of hover over it like a wing. And then you had your building that occurred underneath it, and that performance space dug down into the earth to like anchor it in the site and open up to look onto that road that had a lot of traffic, and that was this big intersection for the community. And then there's this lovely tree as well. I mean, I think it's like, I just want to jump in and say that I think like the foundation of your project, the way you thought about all of this was, I mean, I bought into it from the beginning. Like I believed in this elegance and this otherworldly possibility for this building to be hovering over this sort of extreme condition of a sea of grass that just moved in the wind. But I mean, I think I agree with them, and I think you already know that it's like you had a very complex building actually, and I think a lot of your energy went into like trying to solve it structurally, which I think is a worthwhile endeavor, and I think you learned stuff from that. But I would say between now and your portfolio review, you should work on that representation bit and getting out the textures and the light qualities that you and I have talked about, and that I know are can be there.
Is physical modeling just kind of not able to happen right now, or it's just
I have a 5-year-old, and just having any materials out around him. He's not here now since my mom just took him back with him with her to El Paso, but like I could not physically model things.
Got it.
With him around.
It is fair to say that
I could be sympathetic to that. Yeah.
There has been very little physical modeling is challenging in this.
It's hard because you do have a really you've got a really complex geometry and a complex sort of this folding and experience. I mean, it's even as simple as just taking some just white paper and starting to crease and fold and kind of shape it around something and start to look under and how the spaces can physically go in. I mean, I think the one thing I'm just so struggling with, and I wish I had more to say, I think your ideas are really strong. I'm really just struggling with, there's so many, I think that this building, as you describe it, can be a really poetic place. And there's some really amazing spaces created by this glass canopy kind of folding and reflecting. You've got, mirrors inside the studios, but also just like glass inherently, it'll reflect the afternoon sun or create these sort of dark light moments as it filters. And there's such great potential for the kinds of outdoor spaces, this processional connections between, and then the experiences within the lobby space. Well, no, the lobby's underneath, but just these really uplifting experiences. And I worry that you're not going to be able to solve the rendering issues before the portfolio review, but I wish that we could arm you with a few other tools to really help you express kind of these ethereal, beautiful spaces that you're trying to create, but you're definitely coming up against this technology right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the fundamental things I think a lot of architects spend a lot of time doing, is trying to reconcile broader experiential or even formal intentions with the reality of making a building. You know, like half the time when you have to get an elevator that actually lines up on both floors in the building, it challenges the expression. That's part of the skill set. But so, you know, at the level of kind of dunes of grass and then this very irregular faceted canopy that with the gap between, I think that to me is perhaps what I'm reading as the essence of your scheme. I worry that if you showed us a bird's eye axonometric of your building or had a physical model, it would, like the reality of the 2-story buildings and how much wall you have, it might not be quite as powerful as that. And, you know, one strategy, I do want more canopy. Like I kind of wish the cap for your performance space, even if it is down on the ground, was the canopy, like it had a fold or a wing of it that folded over and cap that condition. Even a tiny bit of light let in, because that would actually emphasize the fact that you were submerged in the ground. But the other strategy you could do is you could explode the building a little bit. You know, it could be this canopy that's then occupied by archipelago of pavilions that have space between them. And when you look across the landscape and you see this thing floating above the ground, there's moments where you see light through between the buildings, and you'd have to deal with access control at the site level in some ways so that security was reasonable. But I'm at this point, part of it is the representation. I'm not 100% convinced that the execution of the architecture is meeting up to the intentionality of the diagram. I mean, there's moments like that perspective you're apologizing for at the entry. I think there's some qualities there. I don't think it's a great perspective, but I think there's some qualities of the architecture that begin to show there that hint at it. But you know, not knowing exactly how all the other sides of the building are, I worry that, you know, this could be a longer project that this would be a project that really would benefit from another round of iteration, I think, on am I doing what I'm really trying to do? And it's hard to say for sure, but I'm not completely convinced that you are yet.
Okay. Well, with that, we need to wrap up Andrea's review and move on to the last person, Kendall. Thank you, Andrea, and thank you, reviewers, for your comments for her.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kendall. I'm a second year and my background is studio art and media studies. So let me just share the screen. This project draws inspiration from the way in which restraints on the body of the individual dancer, as well as on the social body of the troupe, both self-imposed and externally imposed, are precursors to growth in the physical and ritualistic production of dance. So I was working on considering ritual rigor and sequence. Beginning with the site, these are just some explorations of quality of light and sightlines. So referencing this tension between production and constraint, the building is composed of a rigid grid that serves as an ambulatory path around inwardly focused studio environments. The studios themselves anchor the edges of the gridded path to the land. The siding will act as a series of natural filters between the city grid and the interiority of the dance studio, encouraging a wandering and sense of discovery as dancers prepare for the rigor of practice. Assisting in this transition from the scale of the city to the scale of the body, time is measured through this wandering movement. The grid is manipulated to create hard and porous edges, encouraging movement. It's located on the axis registered to the nearby St. Elmo. And the program is set up to encourage a wandering circulation between nodes of activity in separate pavilions. The initial study was an exercise in the interiority of the studio space. Initially conceived as a sort of a vibratory insular wooden box lit from above. Thinking about what kind of like sort of homogeneous space could support the ritual and rigor of dance. These are just some precedents I was looking at. This one, Cisco is kind enough to recommend. This was a sketch model. So you can see the grid structure and the capsules within. So the two studios in the lobby are translucent light boxes breaking out of the grid vertically, while the secondary spaces are opaque capsules fitting neatly within the grid. The auditorium space breaks out of the grid vertically, but is largely opaque, allowing for light control during performances. It's just an entry view, front elevation, parking lot elevation. So thinking about the way that light acts as a residue in this project, sort of guiding and recording movement. If the shadows are on dancers' bodies, lanterns guiding visitors towards studios, washes of light around the dancers in their studio space. In the studio, I wanted dancers to be bathed in light, and the space between the two experiential conditions, the gridded path and the light box studios, becomes sort of celebrated as a moment of transition. So I was thinking about creating a double skin. Using an aluminum curtain wall structure, and I was looking at the Polygal Thermogal product maybe, so that the interior skin would be weather tight and the exterior skin would be offset to create a sort of solar chimney. I was reading that the Thermogal product can have an R value of 10 if they use the aerogel, and that solar heating coefficient can be as low as 0.1. I was quite worried in the mid-review about the dancers roasting in these light boxes, so I had taken a stab at trying to figure out how this could potentially work, but I would love any kind of feedback. The threshold to the studio spaces would be a steel portal with inside glass fin, bridging the gap between the exterior decking and the studio space. This is a view of the grid. Just looking at how it could potentially be put together with joinery. So the grid columns are about 18 by 4, and they're oriented so the broader faces are east-west, creating a changing view as you move through the space. Overhead screening is at both the 10 and 20-foot heights on the southern edges of the space and on the 20-foot height on the northern edge, as well as along the central walkway. The portals into the auditorium are similar steel tube, but push outward onto the terrace. I was thinking of the auditorium space in terms of shadow rather than light, so sort of tracing movement that way. And just a detail of how it could potentially work. And finally, the evening view of the entry. That's it.
But did you have a drawing or a rendering of the inside of one of these polygal boxes?
Sort of. I have this one.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You don't have a perspective, do you? Sorry, I know I'm asking for a lot and you already have a lot of nice drawings, but I was just curious. Yeah.
This is this wall is all mirrored, so it was a little bit tricky to.
So the oculus is translucent and the interior wall is solid but mirrored. Is that right?
Yes, just one of the walls is mirrored, and then the rest would be translucent.
Okay. Okay. Well, the reason I ask is because I think your perspectives of what I'm going to call the interstitial space, for lack of a better word. I think that it does have a very strong quality. They're hyper line work, right? There's the vertical columns, there's the horizontal structure, which you've made out of small elements, which are doubled, and they happen both at mid height and at the top. And then when the drawings you did of the shadows, like it's all multiplied because now there's shadows of all those things on the floor as well. And for me, the contrast between what I'm imagining the inside of these translucent boxes are like, which is going to be very neutral. Like it's easy to imagine, like you might not really be able to tell where the corners of the space are sometimes, like it's just all glowy, I guess, except for the mirror side. And the kind of very, I think it's aggressive, the very kind of aggressive line quality of that interstitial space could be one of the most powerful things about your project, which I do. I mean, I like your project a lot, but I'm trying to kind of identify like where the power of it would lie. And for me, that's one of the places where I think you're well set up to derive a lot of quality from, because you've pavilionized it, so you have to walk through one space to get to the other, and the experiential conditions of the two couldn't be more different.
I had a similar thought. I do wish, Kendall, that can you go to an elevation?
Oh, sure.
Or a section? Yeah, I really wish that the relationship vertically of the boxes, the kind of dance boxes, the ethereal ones, and the grid work, that they punched up through, so that, because when you're standing on the ground, you're really not even going to see. You're not going to see it unless you're right, unless you're away from the grid and you're right on top of it. So I think if there were these punctuations that you saw rising up above your grid, I think it could be really beautiful as they reach up towards the sky. And right now they sort of get hidden, not sort of, they do get hidden by it, really.
Are the columns in this elevation that stick up beyond the sort of top columns? Yeah, where are those?
I'm sorry, those are in supporting the auditorium. So there's a clerestory just propped up by the structure. So where it busts out of the grid, it's held up by the beams.
I was thinking the grid was all the same height, but it changes.
No, it's all the same except for at the ones immediately surrounding the auditorium.
Kendall, go to your plan really quick. Yeah. And then just
just these.
Yeah, so inset from that grid is the theater, and this theater rises up of its own structure. And then the same with the studio boxes. Basically anything within that, the walkway deck or grid is standing up of its own free will.
So I would kind of maybe think about a hierarchy of heights, because right now you have the theater lining up with the top of the studios, right? And I think I would sort of prioritize what's the highest, what's in between, and then the lowest. Thinking about, because when I see those studio spaces, I kind of visualize, have you been to the Twombly Museum in Houston? That's sort of the kind of space I envision, where the light's really beautiful and soft, and there aren't a lot of shadows. It's such a contrast to your other spaces where as Cisco was saying, you have the shadows from the posts and from all the structure. So I think yeah, really kind of on the exterior as well, making those vertically very different would make a lot of sense.
I'm really, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Brett.
I'm really curious, you know, this is a pretty sophisticated project, and I do appreciate the work that you're doing. Now it's like time to push on sort of all the problems of the studio. And I know, you know, in terms of like that sort of that hot box factor, but I'm also curious, you know, on a day like we had, I guess it was yesterday, really cloudy. It's like every morning's really cloudy right now. So how are these spaces, you know, beautiful on a dark gray day? Because these are definitely relying a lot on sort of just the blast of sunlight. And then how are you going to elegantly integrate systems? I mean, you've got to have some unnatural light in there too. And I'm really curious, sort of within the framework and the language that you've already created, if there's a way to kind of overlay, you know, systems into this as well. Have you thought at all about any of that?
I was thinking about air conditioning. Maybe some of that work could be coming out of the floor.
Yeah, no, I think that's, yeah, the last thing you want to see is some ductwork coming up through. Although you've got these thickened walls in the sort of double skin in the studio, I think you've got a lot of opportunity there to kind of think of that as your sort of insulative systems zone. But the lighting, I'm really curious about as much as anything.
I was thinking, I don't know, a lot of this is assuming like a lot of custom everything, which is bananas, but it would be lovely if there were a product where on the four corners of the frame, if those were thickened slightly and could contain wiring for lighting, and then just very slim lights tracing the frame of the Oculus. Not like track lighting, but they make
like a strip or
strip of LEDs.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean the one thing too is sort of you've also got these light boxes once you're in them, but then you sort of think about this from the exterior perspective and how to create these sort of glowing, almost like wayfinding within this complex. Can you zoom out to your can you zoom the site plan out a little bit? There you go. So Cisco, how are you feeling about this site plan?
I like this site plan. I think it's you know, it is a different ordering system than the building, but it's except for the parking lot, I think it's really you know, it's an extremely porous idea. So this is one where you probably have a security guard if you know, dance class ends after dark, because there's going to all sorts of places in your scheme for people to hide. Especially like between the bathrooms that needs some work. But I think the strategy, you know, it seems like there's a clear intention to have that porosity be everywhere.
Funny you mentioned the bathroom, Cisco, because I was thinking one is you could probably make it one structure. There's hardly any space between it, but also having the entrance to the bathroom right across from the entrance to the auditorium. You might just rotate that bathroom block 90 degrees.
Well, you could achieve, I mean, you could have a wall, just set it back a couple of feet, like there and there.
Yeah, I mean, just
have a read like two. You got the same issue.
Yeah.
That probably, and that one's harder because it's got a translucent wall against the block. But I mean, those are minor things. I think Brett's question is a good one. You know, probably the biggest question about the site for you is, like, where are you going to put the dumpster, right? Like that's the site plan equivalent of like, where is the HVAC going to go for the building?
Way over by the existing water retention.
That's what I was just going to say.
Right here.
Yeah.
Well, but I also wonder, I mean, so this is a totally porous, like pavilions in the landscape kind of a scheme. Is anything lost in this scheme by creating a barrier around this, or taking the, all right, I'm gonna annotate here. This is really advanced zooming for me here. Let's see. But like, is there anything sacred about this threshold that, like, do you need to be able to flow continuously throughout, or is there anything you can do to make it more of like, this is the building complex? And I wish I knew any precedents to suggest, because I know there's certainly like some performing arts type complexes that and what is it that's like in the Atlantic Center for the Arts, where they start to, one way that they start to solve that is dealing with the Y coordinate. Like if you start elevating this walkway platform and separating it from the ground, if there's a way to start to create some sort of security boundary with that.
It is elevated though, isn't it, Kendall? I was noticing your section we were just looking at. Are the gray areas on your site plan, are those steps?
Yeah, it should be. It's a little bit hard to read here, but it's about 1.5 feet off the ground on all of the edges except for the 2 entrances where the ground comes up and it's flush. So,
okay.
Sorry, so here it's flush and here.
I mean, you might look at the Menil Drawing Institute. It's, I don't think it's quite as spread out as this, but it's got these inner courtyards that in some places have building to one side, and then in other places it's just a wall. So it reads as building. Just, I was thinking that, Brett, when you were saying precedents.
Yeah, searching for that.
Yeah.
I want to return to some things that Joyce was talking about at the beginning, because it is true, like this, exploding a building into lots of different buildings kind of multiplies a lot of the practical things you need to solve. But the question about the sort of formal resolution of it, like I should say first, like one of the things I like about this grid is its excess, right? I think so many good projects have a dimension of excess, whether it's a scale or structure or material, and I think you've used that sort of the relentless grid to very strong effect in this project. But I think the questions then are where, like, what are the boundaries of control, right? And you have really let it wander in plan, right? It can kind of come close to the buildings or stick out further where you want a porch. And so it's quite malleable within the grid, whatever that is, that 12-foot grid in plan. Because of that, I don't think it should be malleable in section, right? I actually love that it's hovering above the ground. But if I were you, I would not let this theater express that grid. Like it gets 2 bays, it gets 2 bays high, and then nothing above the top of that grid gets to be grid-like in nature. Because I do think the contrast between these sort of jointless studio volumes, which has its own set of problems, like Polygal, it doesn't come in room-size sheets. You're going to have joints in that as well. But like I would let the theater, maybe the theater has to be solid. It can't be shouldn't be translucent. But I would make it not grid-like. I would let it have the character of the studios, being more monolithic and seamless in quality, even if it is a solid. And if it needs to stick up above the grid, or you want it to stick up above the grid, I agree with Joyce that I think those studios are better when they presence themselves a little more above the grid. It does it not with the articulation of the grid, but just as a solid volume of some other material. So I think in that sense, it would be a stronger kind of condition where you let the grid meander in the XY direction, but not the Z direction. It doesn't get to be flexible at all in that direction. Like you are relentless in that condition. And this is something that was suggested earlier. Then the studio volumes and the theater volumes, the ones that aren't grid-like, are the ones that get to play in section. And you could do a lot, like the bathroom ceilings could be low, and you could have mechanical space above. I think the studio, one of the things that bothers me the most, and this is a nitpick, but where the knee is in the studio volume walls, is sort of at some random point within the grid, and then the top of the oculus sticks out above. And I just, like, I feel like either of those studios should be less figured or more figured. Like either they're just rectangles and they stick up to some height and they stop, or if the idea is that they have this kind of more figured form, like I think you could maybe sculpt them a little more. Right now, this is a very not minor, but a very particular critique. But I think given the resolution of everything else, and it's something that could be better if it were either a little more one way or the other.
Cisco, are you saying that maybe those the top of them isn't necessarily a symmetrical piece, that it might angle more one way, or?
Yeah, like I think they could just be straight rectangles, but I think they could be like, it could be that there's a, you know, on one side it gets dented in, and then, you know, like they have, maybe they start out as rectangular and then you start to develop,
you push and pull
other articulations in them, like they start to be a little more figured, a little more modeled.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the gaps, because I think the question there is the gaps between the frame and the volume, right?
What I was going to say is, what I like about that, what you're suggesting, is that the grid is so relentless that it's almost sort of re-emphasizing the break from the grid. That, and maybe you do understand that it started as this orthogonal piece, but then it broke out and points got pushed and pulled in different directions.
I really like that condition where the building meets the ground in that way. It's actually much taller here than it showed in your perspective. And I think it's stronger when it's a little bit more, when you can't just step up on it, right? It's actually at waist height instead of at ankle height.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely what I was alluding to earlier. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Morgan.
No, I was just going to say, let's wrap up. Any final comments for Kendall, just because we're a little bit over our time for this session. If there are any more. If not, then.
Well, I just wanted to compliment you on the drawings. I think it's very graphically, very clear, and also a set of graphically compelling drawings, and it makes for an easy to absorb proposition.
And you did a physical model.
Yeah, I definitely second both of those. Nice work.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Kendall, and thank you so much for viewers for being here and your thoughtful comments. I hope you have a pleasant rest of your day.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you all.
Yeah,
thank you.
Nice to see the work.
Okay, I guess we have 23 minutes again. Just like last time. All right, final push.
Hi, Morgan. Hi, Juan.
Hey, how are you, Jenna? How are you?
Hey,
Hi.
I'm doing well. Nice to see you.
Hi, Juan and Piergiana. Sorry, I had my mute button on.
Yeah, no worries.
Who's with the mute bar? I didn't.
I had on the mute button. I was talking to you guys and.
Oh, okay. Now I can see. I can see. Yeah. No, it happens. How are you?
I'm good.
I was trying to have quickly. My other review ended up taking until 2:45.
Oh.
I hadn't had lunch, so I had to have.
Do you like if you need to take? I don't know how everyone.
No, I'm done.
Because there's only 3 people in this.
I'm going to peel and a little orange for dessert, but that's it. I'm done.
Okay. Okay.
And Travis is there too.
Hi, Travis. Nice cosmic background.
Yeah, it's no COVID in space.
Also, the beard. The beard is new, right?
It's been a while since you've seen me in person.
This
I think.
True. This is true.
Probably a year-old beard.
Okay, so it's not a COVID beard.
No.
It's pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID. It's actually been a couple years. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
How was everybody's reviews earlier today?
I'll let them answer that. Yeah. Actually, I think Kendall is the only one that's got her video on. She's the only that went before. So I don't know if other people are just listening or if they've all passed out on their couches. And we just can't see them. Claire says yes, she has passed out on her couch. How was y'all's reviews today, guys?
Well, my studio is tomorrow, but I was the one that I was just at. It was urban design studio that Simon did in London, and it's interesting because they had to work in London without traveling to London. Normally they travel there, but they good this year. So, and they did a pretty good job. I mean, I'm sure it's not the same to have visited the site in person, but they did very well.
Yeah, I think I've been impressed in general. Like I was on the Design One review, and I mean 70 students that I mean they're 18 and this is their first go round, and like I've seen what Design One has been doing in the past couple of years, and I was pleased to see that it was pretty well even with what they were able to accomplish before. So
were they doing also a lot of models?
Yeah, they were making a lot of models by hand. Like everything was, I don't think they did anything digitally. Or they didn't do very much digitally.
Yeah, that's not easy, you know.
No, especially
that they managed to do it.
Yeah. Anyway, well, okay, well, we can get started. So I will briefly present you the reviewers. Piergiana, you're the only one that I don't know much about. You're an enigma to me. So I know that you're a lecturer, but is there more that the students should know about you before?
Yeah, no, I came to the school a year ago, and as the emerging scholar in design fellow. So it's a 2-year position here at the school. So I will be leaving in the spring.
Okay.
Already, so you're leaving. So next semester is your last semester?
Yes, it is one.
Mm-hmm.
Or so you think.
Yeah.
The appointment is intended to be on purpose, right? Sorry, I have my orange, but the appointment is, I think, intended to be just for 2 years. So another emerging.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, right now they're searching for the next fellow.
I mean, it doesn't mean that you may come back in another way, but I think that the emerging position was conceived that way as something.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that gets renewed every year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And then we have Juan Miro, who I never had you in school, but my husband Matt did, and you live like a legend in his mind.
He actually came to Mexico with.
He did. That's what he's always talking about.
Yeah. I know it was a great trip. So
yeah,
I love Matt, and he brought very good energy. So it was good. I also have good memories of having him.
yeah. I will. I'll tell him you said so. So Juan runs Studio Mexico for the School of Architecture. He's also a practitioner with Miro Rivera. They win awards. Most notably, they're building for the Formula One track. And then we have Travis Avery, who works for Murray Legg, who some of you spoke with at your mid-review. Travis, what else should we say about you? Other than you're talented and you've got an awesome beard these days.
Thank you. You can't see me blushing over Zoom, but I'm a grad from UT grad program, and worked for John Elizabeth for a little while, and did residency in Mexico City with Mauricio Rocha way back in the day. So
great.
These are the only other relevant details.
Yeah. And you were my drawing TA, weren't you? With Daniel Shoemaker?
I was not with Daniel. I was, I think, the year after that.
Okay. So I just knew you from the school. For some reason I thought you were my TA.
I did TA for John for a couple of years for the
Okay.
class.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So I'll give a brief introduction to this semester, sort of how it's been structured, as well as this project. And then I'll show you a couple of the maps and diagrams that the students made of the site as a means of orienting you. So in this course, the study of dance, and in particular, modern dance and ballet. So the study of dance as the art of human movement was used as a tool to help us explore how our bodies move through and measure space, and the role of movement and pause in a piece of choreography, as well as in our own daily lives. Thinking of dance as the art of human gesture was meant to be a guide to help us celebrate how bodies move through the spaces that we create, and to not just categorize them as moving or sitting or standing or walking, but to really think about the quality of that movement and the way in which the building plays a role in that. In their first project, they were asked to respond to a pretty old piece of choreography. It's almost 100 years old. It's Martha Graham's Lamentation, which is a ballet about grief. In it, it's only a few minutes long, but a dancer sits in basically a body sock on a pretty nondescript bench in the original interpretation. And so I asked them to reimagine that bench or that place that the dancer sat as a kind of icebreaker into this world of intersection between dance and architecture. In their second project, they were asked to find a place that they liked to sit on campus and consider what compelled them to move to it and what compelled them to pause in it. And after analyzing their path of travel and their sitting spot and how their body fit into those spaces, they were to propose an intervention to make what they found there more in service of the qualities that they most enjoyed. This was meant to help connect them to campus at a time when they're otherwise pretty disconnected from it, but also begin to consider the built environment in terms of how it choreographed them physically and emotionally, and to recognize it as malleable and full of possibility. We did study, or maybe it's more accurate to say, we watched several modern ballets and classical ballets as a means of understanding what dancers do in their art form that they work so hard on. For the last project, they were asked to take what they had learned about ballet and thinking about choreography and movement to design a ballet school for adolescents. It's an aspirational program, a ballet school for adolescents. It's not meant to be a professional company. These are teenagers and preteens that would like to someday join a professional company. But it's also aspirational for its position in the city. It's sited in South Austin, just south of 290, and has as its catchment area a very diverse population that are not usually exposed to ballet. Designing this school required them to draw on the knowledge gained in the first part of the semester and consider the groups of people that would use the spaces and how. Dancers use their bodies to express themselves and perform. Architects work predominantly with things external to themselves. So as such, their compositional tools were mainly structure, material, and light. At least that's what I asked them to focus on in this last project. So I'm going to share my screen.
And what is the site again? Sorry,
Yeah, so I'm going to show you right here. So the site is this little yellow triangle. And so here's 290 here, and here's South First Street. Zoom in a little bit more. So those are like pretty long connector roads, arterial roads that run through the city. We have James Casey Street here. All of the buildings around James Casey Street are pretty much medical buildings. So St. David's South sits at the corner of 290 and James Casey. This corner of St. Elmo and South First is the St. Elmo Elementary School. And then everything else around our site is a residential neighborhood that's been built up. There's some houses that predate 1950, but the bulk of them are post-war housing directly to this to the east and south, and then 60s and 70s ranch-style homes to the west. Vinson Drive is also along arterial drive that becomes Emerald Forest and goes all the way south and past Stasny Road. So this corner here is a pretty big intersection of different kinds of traffic, and there's frequently bottlenecks that occur directly at that corner. The other thing I should point out is that it's bounded on two sides also by a railroad track. So to the west, that railroad track is still in use. To the east, that line has been abandoned, and they are talking about, or there's talks about turning it into a hike and bike trail. And so in this project, we've assumed that that would occur, that it would turn into a hike and bike trail. There's not a lot of foot traffic going by the site. Around it for sure, in the neighborhoods, people walking their dogs, kids riding bikes, etc. But St. Elmo is mostly car traffic, a little bit of bike, and a little bit of foot traffic. This diagram, this map, sort of shows the buildup of the area, like where different uses are. So our site is in this triangle, and currently half of it is a Jehovah's Witness church, and the other half is someone's home. So we would be proposing that these two properties would be replatted as one, and then zoned to accommodate this ballet school. Sorry, my computer's running a little slow. So here we have just some images of the buildings that are around the site. On the top left is the St. Elmo Elementary School that was built in the 50s. Pretty characteristic of that time period. And then the other three that are around that image are images of the medical buildings along James Casey. Most of them are fairly large. Then we have images of the post-war housing that's directly to the east of our site that characterizes that, but there's also a fair bit of property turnover right now, people building new things as more people try and live closer to the city center and find economical bargains, I guess. So this is just, these are some images of the kinds of homes that are going up around here. Lastly, I should point out one group looked at our site. So this is an existing map of where all of the trees are on the site and the types of trees that were found there. The pecan tree, most people tried to to respect and keep. It is right here at the front of the site next to St. Elmo. The others, people were allowed to delete or keep as they wanted. And then lastly, the other thing to point out is that when you're driving down Vinson, that road has a very different character. Although Vinson and West St. Elmo are both 2-lane roads, Vinson is much more like sleepy, compact. It's lined with trees. There's one moment down at the south side of our site where when you're driving, the site totally opens up and you can see down the site through James Casey and almost to 290. So you get this really long, expansive view. And then West St. Elmo is, I mean, it's flanked by more institutional buildings, commercial buildings, and is a little bit more hectic to be on. Reviewers, do you have any questions about the site or about the project in general before we jump in? No, okay.
Sorry, can you go back to that plan, the topography? I forgot if it's pretty flat, right?
Yes, it is. It's almost an entirely flat site.
Mm-hmm.
There's some, like if we go over here, this is probably a better image. The drainage does go down this way, and at the very bottom of the site, there's currently like a retention pond
Mm-hmm.
For water to drain from the neighborhood over. But yeah, it is mostly a flat site. They haven't been having to deal with a bunch of topography for this project.
And the street that you said that had a lot of the trees, is that all the trees that we see there along the street there?
Yes, yeah. So that's Vinson Drive. And then the north side of the site is West St. Elmo.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And is that just a drainage, dry drainage up to the left there?
Yeah. What kind of drainage?
It's not a creek. It's just a drainage.
Yeah, it's a ditch.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not a good way of saying it. It's a ditch. Yeah, so, okay, so first we'll have David and then Rachel and then Stephen. Each of you will get about 25 or 30 minutes. We should wrap up before our time since there's only 3 people in this group. Students, if you would please just introduce yourself, what your background is, whether you have one, what semester, well, all of you are in your first semester at UT. And then try and keep your presentation to about 8 minutes.
Georgiana, I think your microphone is quite low. We couldn't hear you.
Are we good to go? Okay, David.
Okay, so hi, I'm David Juan Garcia, and I have a Bachelor's of Science in Architecture from UT Arlington, and I graduated this past May and decided to come straight into Master's. So let me share my screen. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes.
So welcome to the Modern School of Ballet. This project drew inspiration from the dynamic and athletic nature of modern ballet. This is an equality ballet that was made popular by George Balanchine. He began to push the limits of the human body and challenge dancers to defy gravity. So this school emphasizes the gestural movements of those dancers and in their attempt to kind of exceed those limits. The building has a strong ground floor that alludes to the strength of the dancer's lower body while they make those maneuvers, and it's pretty much that lower body that's creating that force. And then the second floor is more of the expression of the lightness and then the high reaching gesture of that of the body of the dancers. So let's move to the next one. So the building is oriented towards St. Elmo Road, and it was important because to me it was good to engage with that elementary school that's across St. Elmo. And also, I felt, since the street is very busy, I felt like this was the way to engage that the kind of community, or facing it that way, I would get the most kind of views into the studios. And then also I was able to create the kind of the transparency across the site with the process of splitting the program to 3 separate kind of forms. I was able to create that transparency. And in modern ballet, it was also about kind of showcasing that structure and showing what is the things that is making the work happen, such as the legs, the actual kind of what they wore. It kind of got taken and it showed their legs more. So for this project, it was important to also create a strong gathering space in front of the building, because so there would be 2 main just practicing studios, but there will also be 1 studio that can have performances. So people would come and look at the dancers perform, and it was important to have a gathering space outside, and also have a space for just the ballet dancers to wait for their parents, to kind of just engage with each other before they even made their way into the building. So this is that site section. This is how you would progress from that street. There's a walkway that leads you straight into it. This is kind of a skewed section because of the angle of the building. So this is glass here that's kind of skewed a bit, but there's that clear progression of making your way in and having that slow process inward. And here is that double volume space here and that second level. And this is pretty much just glass, and it would be a translucent sort of material above. That structure you saw in the beginning, it's kind of webbed to also emphasize the grid that building is on. When it converges, it's the 2 grids converging. And the main program is those Studio 1 and Studio 2 are just practice rooms for the adolescents. And then Studio 3 would be where on the bottom is just performance space. And then up top, there would be a space to look down, or if there's a performance, you could have bleachers up there, make that even a grander space to kind of showcase the dancers. And also on the bottom, there could be features put in. So it's a space that's very, it can vary, it's adaptive. And here's the floor plans. So you come into this double volume lobby, you're greeted, and you're clearly, and another thing was about this project was making it legible and making wayfinding easy and not having to get lost within all these hallways. So for me, it was important to create a large open kind of space for gathering that also is the hallways that feed to these different programs. So the restrooms and the elevator. So as you walk, you would see the elevator. You know exactly where that is. And then here it's
where's the elevator? Where's the elevator?
Here on the bottom middle part. And then the elevator kind of brings you up to that. The elevator or the other 2 stairs bring you up to that second floor. And then these are where the studios are. They push out, kind of extrude past that first floor, and kind of to, again, emphasize that the gesture of leaping, of reaching outward. And again, on the other side would be the looking out area into the studio. And here's that section. I really paid attention to kind of making sure this section was working well with how a dancer's gestures were, and making sure that soft northern light would come into these studios and would again emphasize their performances, their practices even more. And on the southern side here, creating that shading from into these other spaces. And these are some precedents. So actually, during our second project here, we were tasked with finding a place of rest, of pause, and I actually went to the EER building, and my place of pause was within this central space, and looking outward was a really kind of like great experience for me. So I felt like bringing that to this project would, again, bring something even more kind of experiential to it. And then having that open space with the light, soft light coming down was also, I think, a good way to create engagement and have different levels of engagement. And again, looking at the dancers, their movements, and also, again, here the that backspan covering would also be translucent. And then this is how the ballet rooms would look. There's exposed beams, and then the ceiling would be wood, kind of veneering. So then, and the floor would also be wood. So it kind of just creates that emphasis outward. And here's some just progress images and of the model I initially came up with, and it changed a lot. I began to experiment with pulling and pushing and refining that shape even more to make it more delicate and fit better within the site. And this is kind of how it began. Okay, so that was it. Then I can go back.
Can you go back to the plan 1 second?
Yeah. There.
So just want to understand there are bathrooms there. Let me see if I can. So there you have bathrooms here, and is this the changing rooms or what?
Yeah, those are lockers, so that's where they would store their things and get dressed, and they could also shower and have a more private space. Besides, the other restrooms are more public, so that would be for performances, for anyone kind of just doing other activities that don't require to change or anything like that.
The locker rooms are male, female, or do you have that? Is that shared?
Yeah, that's shared right now. Yeah.
I just don't know.
Bold, David. That's bold.
I mean, it could be split, right? But I was curious when I was looking at it because, you know, it looks like you had the room to have created 2 of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something that probably moving forward I could focus on more, but yeah, right now it's shared.
Yeah. And tell me again, what was in this area here?
That's the costume room. So they make costumes there. They put together kind of the wardrobe for the dancers.
Okay.
And I wanted to be out in the open so we could see what they're working on, how they kind of put these garments together.
And this in the corner, sorry, I mean, you may have said, but I missed it. But what is this at the end in the corner?
That's an office for whoever kind of the choreographer of the dances.
And you access that from the locker room?
Yes.
That's a little strange, right?
Yeah, a little. I kind of thought back of how these locker rooms have an office within them, and how you can. It would be nice to have a different entrance or 2.
Well, that I was just trying to
Mm-hmm.
some of the program. I mean, I think in general it's a very clear and clean the general scheme and the massing. I think it's interesting to see how it evolved from your models, and I think it evolved in the right way in the sense that it feels like it has been becoming more simple, more clear, you know, and sometimes projects evolve in the wrong direction. I think in this case, I think they evolve in the direction. The thing that I would like to ask you about is that you made a couple of comments early on about the base of the building in relation to the upper part of the building, and then and I don't quite see the base reading as that base because it looks like that stone goes up on the wall, so it's not necessarily that clear to me the distinction of the base that you made, you know, in relation to the rest of the building. And the other thing that I wanted to mention, if you go back to the plan, is that you made some interesting comments about this space as being important. But when you were talking about this space, you were talking about how this could be a studio that you can see people lancing and everything, but it doesn't look like it's necessarily making a connection. And I wonder if there's a, the potential for these to have that sense of connection, because you mentioned that, right? That you wanted that space for people to hang out, look into the spaces. So I just wonder if there is, especially because in the lower level, these are not necessarily spaces that you want that connection, but maybe this idea of the plaza that you have here, or entry, this becomes very quickly like a circulation space. But if you had the potential for this to be capturing this, you may have made more clear how you wanted people to be able to see and be seen. Sometimes the dancers may like the notion that there's a little more of visibility to what they do, and these studios may be more private. So those are things that it felt like you mentioned in the presentation, but they were not quite explored as much when in the building, in terms of the relationship of the base to the upper part.
Okay.
So I'll let people make other comments. I can make other comments, but I'll let Travis and Georgiana to take it from here.
Morgan, was there a limit to the building? Let's say in square footage, or students were allowed to explore it, let's say like an entire site condition?
So I did give them an overall building square footage, or suggest square footages for different bits of the programs. And it was roughly about 11,000 square feet, okay, give or take a little bit.
I see. Okay, thank you. David, thanks for your presentation. I agree with Juan that it's a very clear strategy, and even the way in which you got here, everything little by little gets disclosed, and it makes sense. But there are certain things that the positive ones, I would say, relate more to. It is interesting how geometrically you are siting your building within a triangular site, right? That is always like a complex thing to do. What lines to consider? What are the ones that you wouldn't consider, right? So I think like intuitively, I think you did an interesting job in trying to address that geometrical issue, right? But then I think like there are moments in which we can see some counterintuitive moves, right? Especially when the building touches the pathways, right? Like over here, I just wonder why certain lines were not continued, or as a mean of creating, like a more symbiotic relationship with also the geometries that you have applied on the site itself, right? But then, I could totally agree with the issues of privacy and publicness that we encounter along the project, as Juan was mentioning, right? Like if this were to be considered an entire, public plaza, then this is always like the most public studio, and then you leave the more private ones at the second floor, and then that hierarchy of spaces, and how the feeling also of probably safety. We're dealing after all with teenagers, or early teens. Could be something that might be important to consider in such a project, right? So something similar, I also have concerns regarding your locking your locker rooms and bathrooms, right? Considering also like, okay, in what ways can we allow for everyone to feel safe, right? So that is also something that it's important to consider, and how you calibrate that as a designer will always be, like a balance play, right? How you enter, how you exit, in what ways you provide, total visibility versus others in which you restrict visibility to allow for more privacy, etc., right? And then my final comment, third comment, has to do with the places of pause, the ones that you continuously mentioned as only the atrium becomes like that place of pause, but probably also throughout this area over here, right? But then I'm conflicted with the fact that spaces of pause always tend to be very well ingrained with what your circulatory spaces are, right? Like
Yeah.
even here, that seems to be like the space in which we can just pause and look down to what's going on in the main studio, right? We also have like this extra little space over here that I don't find like extremely necessary, right? Like it would have been like a great place for gathering in a more private way if this were to be the most public one, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So, and maybe one last one. I'm sorry, Travis,
Nice. That's
if
good.
you you
That's
can
good.
just interrupt me. But I mean, it was very nice how Morgan introduced the issue of dancing and in what ways it relates to the body, right? But it's interesting, like the body in your project seems to exist or only be able to perform in an interior condition, and you didn't explore like the exterior expression of those bodies, right? Or in what ways an exterior space and a public space can accommodate the act of dancing, right? So
Yeah.
maybe it is a provocation to rethink your exterior common spaces, right? They're right now only circulatory spaces, right?
Yes. Mhm.
and
And a little
not
bit
so
of
much
gathering.
spaces that could be programmatically enhanced. So that's it.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much all the comments you made. I think, and I enjoyed kind of developing it, and I feel like it does need way more to kind of bring everything to fruition and make all these spaces kind of their own unique uh, space, outside and inside.
All right. Well, coming up last, I mean, I don't really have any additional comments to make. I generally agree with all of the comments that have been made. Like the tendency to want to interconnect these a little bit more, or like the way it relates to the exterior spaces with this potential outdoor hardscape connection, I think is really important, because this is actually, I mean, this is really tight. This is not anywhere you'd be watching a performance from. This is just like, a product of having a limited amount of time and just having a certain amount of fat in the plan. But like, this strikes me as like a really, 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 really wide hallway, right?
Mhm.
Like, and if we're talking about trying to make a distinction between the places that are public and private, and making it intuitive to read, like as you said earlier, is, maybe this gets choked down in next iteration, where like this is the back of house stuff, and you have more room for 2 locker rooms, which I think you most definitely have. and then you start to open up other possibilities of adding back in your office or whatever. But yeah, I mean, just general comments like that. It's all really difficult stuff to get all that puzzle to fit properly,
Mhm.
meet your needs.
Go ahead.
Can you go to the perspective from the beginning?
Yeah.
I mean, I really appreciate the clarity of your building and the way that you've organized. I think this is, I mean, especially the public studios is, I think, very successful. And then the circulation space in between is this glassy area. I don't see like Juan mentioned, I don't see the top and bottom. Like there's no distinction in massing and material. So I don't know that you should or need to talk about it in that way. I mean, anthropomorphizing buildings is always like a really seductive thing to do, but I just unless it's a really, really dynamic and fluid shape that has tension and torsion like a human body is in motion or in a pose, I think that kind of works against you, because then you're, I don't know, the language of your description and the language of the building doesn't fit. Like, I mean, this is one body, right? So.
Well, even the fact that the material is even inside here, it makes it heavy.
Yeah.
and it's cantilevering out. So I completely agree with Travis. This is the same thing. This is when you put it inside there, it's not consistent with what you're telling us.
Yeah. You know, I mean, in a different iteration, you've got this stone plinth, and then everything up above is you know, glassy, right? You know, that looks more like that. I mean, that would be a way to make a difference between the top and bottom. But I don't even know if it's that useful as a way to talk about architecture in general, because like I mean, the body is one continuous mechanism, like tensegrity structure. So in the end, I don't know how useful it is.
But since we have this Travis, if I may add a comment to this perspective, same thing, David. I mean, when you think about what you told us about how you wanted that studio to be more private, more public, and seeing, I made that comment in plan, but even the way you have this parapet here, I mean, you tell us that you want that to be visible, but in reality, you have trees. You don't have, you know, you're not matching what you're telling us with what you're showing us. I mean, you can say, we don't want to look into that, you know, that's okay. You know, you didn't have to tell us that you wanted the base to be a base, and then but you told us, and then we think about it. What
You did it to yourself, David.
I did.
So one more comment that I'll make is, like, if you think about, I mean, go to the plan, because there seems to be a tendency, and this is something that I keep emphasizing all the time, and sometimes it just doesn't come across, that we still have the reading of the buildings too much as, you know, you have a building here, and then everything that is outside feels like it's another level of detail of anything. It's more like that's kind of not me in that regard. So I would say that when I look conceptually at your project, it feels to me, and we already talk about this, that this is a very important moment in your project. Is like, why is this grid like ending there? Like, if all of a sudden you go into another world, if you're trying to make that glass roof and everything, wouldn't it be more natural to have this feel like an extension in terms of the paving, the material, the concept of that? Yeah. Wouldn't it be more natural also to have an ability to read those moments in ways that is just not completely, I mean, it's completely gone now in this lower level, you know, so there's a potential for that to be more clear, and it could be a way to think about, you know, maybe this aligning the landscape here, that it could be just a different grass, or you put trees, or so there's a sense that the building is designed, and then all of a sudden the site is someone else's business, like the landscape person will come and do something, you know. You need to feel like you own all these in the same level, in the sense that the paving, the lines, the logics, you know, trees tend to be more, you know, thought of like, or either they're there or they're just kind of very tame in doing architectural interventions, you know. So right now I feel like the building could have had more impact in what's happening immediately outside. Even this path here is the same size as the one back there, so the grid doesn't adjust to the fact that the geometry has changed. You're applying the same grid when it's at an angle, you know what I mean? That it looks like the level of attention drops. And I think it's important that you maintain what is strong about your project outside and reinforce some of the ideas that you have already put in the architecture itself. So don't assume that as soon as you get outside, you know, it's another type of project. It's an extension of the same project.
Yeah, I agree.
David, I was just gonna say, I mean, I think like watching you work this semester, you're clearly, whatever you conceive of in your mind, you can draw and you can render it and you can make it believable. I think what you need is, like, you're too restrained, right? Like, you're too polite. You kind of had this great big idea at the beginning. And I think your beginning concept of how you were trying to think about it was good. But then I think you fell back on your ability to draw it to look like a real building, as opposed to continuing to like question yourself. Like, did what I draw really look like it was a dynamic gesture? Or is it a polite structure that is like rational and works? I don't know. I think you're very skilled, but I think you need to be more extreme. I don't say that to many people, but I think you need to be more extreme.
Yeah, it's always a battle.
Yeah. Okay, well, if there's no further comments for David, then I think we need to move on to Rachel.
I would just add to what you just said, Morgan, that, David, you came back to school, you're doing this. So I think that what Morgan is saying is more like an invitation to, in a way, and you have a chance to do that in all the studios that you have left, to try things that are different, to try things that maybe get you a little bit out of your comfort level, and just to try new things, because it's true that you can make the building look very nicely resolved, so what other things you can bring that maybe will relate to the landscape scale, to the other issues that I think that is good for you to hear that kind of thing, because next time you can be a little more direct in terms of tackling things that maybe you are less naturally inclined to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Rachel.
You'll see that? Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Rachel Sisson. I'm going to minimize this window. Whoops. There we go. My project is called Duet, or another word for duet in French is pas de deux. This word means step for two. And it's not just a duet. It's actually more so an intricate relationship between two dancers where one individual frames the other. I'm going to go ahead and read my prompt to give you more of a introduction. Duet, two individuals in complete harmony, of equal importance, but defined by different functional roles. In the same way, this project's duet is between dancers and the community, aiming to frame the other's functional importance experientially. As today's society praises architecture that pushes the formal boundaries of design, this project aims to push the boundaries on experience rather than form. This is achieved primarily through changes in scale as the community and dancers interact with one another. Materiality also plays a role in the building's high function. By making the floor plates, ceilings, beams, and columns the same color, the programmatic masses seem to be floating in space. These intentional design moves result in a complete duet between dancers and the surrounding community. I started with 4 main design moves. The first being the community and dancers as 2 separate entities. So just analyzing them by themselves first. And then the second was entities intertwined. So how do those begin to correspond with one another and begin to formally represent themselves programmatically? And then the third being community core, how the community can be centralized, but also in the fourth, as I started to play with changes in scale, how the community not only has its own core, but has its own entities throughout the school. When sketching how these design moves could come to life, I started analyzing how I could emphasize a duet through counterweight, balancing the opposites, positive, negative, an A and B side of things. The 2 precedents that I used were Campo Vallesa's Zamora Offices and then Stephen Hull's Lewis Arts Complex. Something that Morgan asked me about a week before Thanksgiving when I was completely redesigning the idea that I had. She said, what does it mean to design based on experience rather than form? And I honestly couldn't give her an answer to that because I don't know if I said this, but I have a background in architecture from A&M, and something at A&M that we did was design purely based on form. Well, at least that's something that I did in undergrad. And this semester, I really pushed myself to think not about form, but rather about experience. And so Morgan said, what space is most inspiring to you? And I told her, well, my house at home. So this is my house at home. And she said, analyze everything about this house that plays on experience. How does this house also begin to duet? And so that's kind of where I got the change in scale idea of being on this front porch. Like, how do I feel sitting in this space? And you'll start to see that in my design as well. I started by designing 5 different bays, allocating 2 to the community and 2 to dancers, and then 1 for both. The second level begins to break up the bays and intertwine the community more with the dancer space. I'll go back to level 1. I have parking here, but people flow down to like 2 feet. So it's not a huge drop, but it is definitely this like darker platform is on a completely different scale than the inner corridor. And you'll begin to see that later on. I have studios on level 1 and then theater up top with more like office space and storage and things like that. Here's an elevation. Something that I chose to do was to slice the top of level 1 and then slice the bottom of level 2 to begin to kind of disappear, make this floor plate disappear in a way to make it to where this whole building and its programmatic elements look like they're floating in a way. I started to ask myself, like, what do you hear? What do you see when you're walking through this space? And the idea that this theater, it's chopped at the height of like a ballet rail, what your hand would rest on. It's chopped at that height. So you'd be able to see dancers' lower half of their bodies, but not necessarily see exactly what's going on in that space. So the idea that it's chopped that high is that when light comes through, their shadows, when you're walking through the corridors, you'd be able to see their shadows.
When you say it's chopped, I don't know if I understand what you mean. You know,
sorry, I should further explain that. And I can explain it here. So in elevation, and I'll show you renderings here in a second. But the bottom, so like this programmatic, this is the performance space. Can y'all see my cursor?
Yeah.
Okay, so I basically sliced the bottom of that.
That's a partition wall, not a structural wall.
Yeah. Sorry, I should.
She's got a structural steel frame, and then there's a partition wall that, Rachel, I don't know if you wound up having the frame sort of run within that partition wall, but it's not structural, so she was able to undercut it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't go to the floor.
No.
That partition.
Yeah. And some of them do, like there is program back here that does, but they don't all do that, but most of them do. So these outer 2 on the bottom are studios, and this middle one is like locker rooms and things like that, but giving them the same dimension. Let's see.
So in those other ones is the opposite. They don't go to the top, right? In the lower level, the partitions don't go.
Oh yes, yeah, they don't go to the top. No. They're also cut down. Let's see. Sorry, I lost my place. For site, I wanted to create a street condition where people walking on West St. Elmo, there's a school over here, people flowing in from James Casey could experience the entry the same way as the dancers. So like drawing in the community, allowing them to have a spill out into the like vast grass area. Here's a perspective section of that. So people walking along West St. Elmo can flow into this cantilevered community space that's outside from the parking as well. Here's an exterior elevation of that parking as well. I tried to create some seating for them to, like parents can sit and wait. But the idea is that because this is lifted off the ground, you experience this so much differently than you would if it went all the way down. And the same for these studio spaces, because this is sunken down 2 feet. So if you imagine you're walking here, you're almost like your height is almost at that level. Like maybe 4 feet. Here's entry. I decided to make the stair condition you'll see here in a second more of a sculpture piece rather than something that is just, you know, like your average Revit stair. But the idea here, you can see those difference in levels from exterior condition versus interior. I also decided to extend the beams all the way to the end of the building to create more of an exposed structure. There's a certain loftiness to ballet that our classes like talked about throughout this project. And I strive to do that not only by like chopping the heights of the program, but by exposing the structure as well. Here's those stairs. Also, the difference in program on the second level, I decided to create, me and Morgan talked about how when I had originally designed this building, I had everything at the same height. And she kept saying like, why are you giving, you know, office spaces like 20 feet of height? And I was like, wow, I really don't know why I'm doing that. Let me fix it. So I went back and redesigned, and I really love how it created a like clerestory here that allows light to come into the studio. And then here's the second floor. I think that's it. Oh, one thing I was going to note is that the stark contrast in materiality also plays a part in the duet concept, or pas de deux.
In what's, can you elaborate a little more on that, the duet?
Yeah. So the idea was that, and I'm going to go back to elevation because I can explain it better there. The idea was that because the beams and the columns are dark and like basically black, they almost blend in together, whereas the program is like stark white, almost like the program, and similar to the Stephen Hole precedent. These boxes kind of have the appearance that they're just floating in space. At least that was the idea.
It looks like another precedent. Can you go back to any drawing of your project? But I would say that it looks like another precedent that could have been there. That is less about the glass and the boxes. Mies van der Rohe. Do you like Mies? It was very neat. This project, you know, in the way you use the structure. It's interesting when you say I brought the structure outside, so it's more. I mean, I think you brought it outside also because you needed to support that overhang.
Yeah,
so,
true.
It's a good thing that you did. So I think it's interesting. I mean, I have to say, I think that there are moments that is very elegant, your project, the kind of general massing, the subtle moves of these walls going in and out, in terms of hanging from the top or not getting to the top. I think that makes for a very interesting layering of your project in terms of circulation on the perimeter and then the studios. And I think it's captured very well in the elevations and sections. So your drawings I really like the sections and elevations. The plans, I don't think they're very good in terms of the way they're drawing. And the renderings are kind of so-so. So you have like high, medium, and low marks in the three types, because they're very different. These are very personal, very different, but I think work very well. But surprisingly, the plans feel very, very undeveloped in a funny way, you know. So go back to the plan, because you know, just getting the sense of the, you know, all these I think are very nice drawings. But then the plans here, all of a sudden, they don't have dash lines. It becomes very diagrammatic. The textures that you put are very. So it's almost like someone else did these drawings. You know, compared with the other ones. I mean, in terms of the sensibility, you know, of these versus the others. So I think that there are a number of, as I said, those are the things that I think work very nicely in terms of the general layering and the very deliberate use of the partitions in different ways. I think that the way the entry sequence and the ability for the cars to get right here. I mean, I think that this is not great for the project. You know, you say, okay, I'm going to park here, and this is the distance that I have because the building comes up all the way to here, right? The overhang, you know, or whatever it is, right? So it just feels like this is too abrupt. The arrival of the cars. I mean, think about it at this time of the year where it's very dark, late at, you know, in the afternoon already at 6 o'clock it's dark, and all the headlights are going into this, you know, into the building and into the space, and you know, people parking here. So that to me feels like you could have given yourself a little bit more, a little bit what I said to David also, in terms of like, if you apply some of the logics that you have to carefully apply to this kind of layering of walls and being very kind of deliberate about what you see or you don't see, I think that you need to start applying that the minute that you get into your site, not inside the building, because I think that this transition from the car to your building could have been richer, right, from the view of what you see, the trees, the layers, the, you know, and then there's a very clear logistical challenge that you have, and you know probably it's not going to be catch you by surprise that even if you said that it's only 2 feet drop, that's enough for someone in a wheelchair not to be able to get down there. So
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so that's a problem, right? So you need to, and then what you need to do is you need to see this as opportunities. So where you say, okay, maybe there's a very along the lines of what I'm saying, and maybe you deliberately want a very long ramp to take people down that space, and it's not just for ADA, it's for everybody to go down there. So it feels like it's a very, you know, way of creating that sunken plaza that is, but by now, this is something that you need to keep in your kind of radar. Like you provide like an ADA bathroom, but you don't have a chance to get down there. So once you get down there, somehow you have a great bathroom. Don't worry. It is something you need to think about. And I think even in the inside, it's a little bit the same thing. Some things feel very, you know, exuberant in terms of the stair geometry and the materiality. But then I know that you have those precedents about the glass, but I would like to see more of a realistic sense of how the glass is divided and how, because even in those projects, they had to break down the glass. It cannot be just glass and that's it. And don't ask me how the glass is broken. So I think that balancing a little bit more your, you know, it looks like that's something for next semester I will encourage, you know, making sure that you balance one thing. And maybe you're working with the duet system, you know, so the duet is allowing you to say, I do more of this here and less, you know, but finding a little more consistency across the way you tell your project and the way you develop, it could help make that very elegant project not to be questioned by other things that may be, you know, distractions to the overall goal that you want to for your project. So that's what I would take for next semester.
Yeah, Rachel, I think Juan is picking up on like so much of what he said, I think is 100% accurate. And I think you know that as well. But it's true. It's like your drawings and your renderings look like two different hands made them. But I think that's because you're a designer in transition. Because, you know, this whole semester, this whole conversation that came about from your house and your front porch was because everything you were making was this like singular formal gesture that was meant to be like this marquee statement for the building. And then there was no real meaning of experience once you got inside. And so in the last 2.5 weeks, you have really pushed yourself to win that most improved title again that you say you always get in studio of moving into this world of really trying to sort of shut your formal eyes and think about the experience of things. And so I think that even reads in your graphic representation of your project. Like this plan is like sort of, it's true. It's like this weird hybrid of like how you used to represent your stuff. And then your renderings are like what you want your stuff to look like. And you're in this project, it's like you're still figuring out your voice and also figuring out how the new Rachel lays out a plan. Anyway, so we probably need to move on to Stephen, but Rachel, thank you. Thank you, reviewers, for your dead-on comments for her.
Thank you, guys.
So I'll take that for the next semester, Rachel. That's the idea, that you just get better and better every time.
Yeah.
But those sections and elevations, I would use that as a reference for the other ones to get closer.
Okay, Stephen, take us
Hey,
home.
y'all. All right. Okay, can you see my whole screen without that Zoom box in the corner?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Unobstructed.
No, actually, I
Oh,
do
yeah.
see some of the boxes floating around.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's a bit better. Thanks.
Okay. So hi, my name is Stephen. I am a first-year student in the MArch program. I am not from architecture. I studied biology in undergrad, and I was working as a carpenter for the last 5 or so years. So this is the north facade of my proposed building. It's basically reminiscent of the Venturi house. Basically, I'm taking a simple architectural form and pulling it apart to create some sort of canyon condition that creates a quasi-interior world that allows dancers to explore the conversation between somatic experience and space. And so this is quite a dramatic form and a lot of material, and I'm going to do my best to argue that it imposes meaning. So this design essentially arose from a reaction. Morgan had showed us this precedent work early on in our analysis. Basically, this is New York School of Ballet from Dillard's video and Renzo. And so this is kind of my anti-precedent. Basically, I think it's time that we recognize the consequence of viewership and spectacle and image culture in society and what that does to young lives. And so I think in architecture, we have to start expressing a somatic experience that is based on individual exploration and growth. And so thinking about how this building will act on young people or how it will be used by young people. This is a quote from Hugh Prather, which is a poet that I adore. I'll allow you to read it. And so this quote is quite beautiful to me in two ways. One, we recognize the innate ability of children to connect to their bodies, to be mindful and present within their worlds. And then it also highlights something else, is that she was the only one in the room. And this is what the author found striking, right? Is that she was the only one that's recognizing. So we have to continuously foster this sense of connection to the self, to the perceptual world. And so the design that arose from this is this phenomenological space in which you curl through a serpentine entrance into a very grounded yet expansive wooden glue lamp structure that is stacked. And so this is based on perceptual experience. You can imagine the echoes coming through the mouth of the entrance, the feel of the metal, the warmth of wood. So when I started with this studio, the first quandary I came into was I appreciated this dance studio and what it was doing and how it's acting, but just as importantly, it's how are people arriving to that space? How are people being prepared for that experience and that particularity? So this is a precedent image. This is from Peter Zumthor. This is his Serpentine Pavilion. I think it was in Germany. But basically, he's crafting a distinct reality between the exterior and the interior world through these two partition walls. And basically with these moments, you are on a path of forgetting. You are on a path of renewal. And so from my building, what arose is the simple architectural form where I'm separating this architectural form to create a Canadian condition and creating this path of forgetting within this canyon, this slotted canyon, to embed these young dancers in this expansive yet grounded shear wall condition. So there's the render. And for reference, this is about 30 feet high. So this is quite an expansive structure. And here's that serpentine entrance into the studio. But so the real crux of the design process for me was the interaction between the parents and the dancers. So I am encouraging a young dancer's autonomy, a young dancer's exploration through the site, through the building, and I am encouraging a distinction between that reality and the reality of the outside world. So it's quite complicated, and where I got tied up, it's quite complicated how to design a space that is both enabling that for a young dancer, but also encouraging community and bringing joy for the parents and all of the auxiliary community that go into this community, that go into this dance world. And so what ended up happening is this pavilion on the backside of this form. And this horseshoe shape is one that holds you and yet repels you. It brings you in. And so it's this interesting shape that both loves you and hates you. And so these parents are wrapped in, and yet it is creating a threshold in itself. And then of course we have these other thresholds, the stairs. We have a large faux barn door that is also acting as a continuation of the main facade. Other notes about the site plan, I've proposed like a reforestation and a rewilding of this main block as we have such a large site. And as this is a moment to wander to that experience, I'm proposing a fence and a rewilding to create that condition for the children to explore. Here's the pavilion entrance from the parking lot. So you can see how instead in this, the glulam beams have logically constructed themselves through these blades going into this main partition wall, and these roof beams constructed on top of them to create a shading system for the interiority of the buildings. This is all the auxiliary programs. And for, a joyous reunion with their children, and a joyful space to spend. Here's the plan drawing. Other notes that I haven't hit onto yet. So yes, we have the serpentine entrance. This path we're getting. This interiority does not have connection to the pavilion directly. Instead, it is glassed, so you can see within it, but it's not directly connected. You have these barn doors that are obviously light or lighter than the glulam beams, but they express themselves as glulam beams. And on performance night, they would open into this back courtyard or a theater as a moment of celebration, but a rare moment. Here is another render. This is from the office. And again, you can see better how these blades start expressing themselves structurally. Here is the moment of where the children would come out back into the pavilion structure. And by the way, this pavilion is facing west. So assumably most of the time, these programs will be going on in the afternoon. So ideally this would be a fantastic place to sit during sunset. And this is, though I honestly haven't fleshed this room out too much. So this is the theater interior, and basically there is like a louver system to express this monolithic glulam wall that is on a pin that rotates. And so to control both lighting and sense of enclosure, you have these massive louver systems, and you can imagine the empowerment of opening and closing these walls, these huge louvers with these handles. Okay, that is all I have.
And Steven, you said that this is your first architectural studio?
Yeah, we had a summer studio that lasted a month or so.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying is that you're coming from biology, you said?
Yeah, but I worked in construction management and carpentry for a while.
And carpentry? Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, even so, I mean, I have to say that it's, I'm pretty impressed with what you came up with, in the sense that, I mean, you have a good way to explain it that, I think helps understand where you're coming from. And I think that there is a lot of idiosyncratic moves that are particular to your way of seeing things, but it looks like they feel deliberate in a way that is not sometimes when you see those things happening for, I don't know, not so many reasons as you are explaining to us. So I think I kind of believe that you are in pretty good control of what you got, as opposed that sometimes people get things and they're not necessarily very clear as to how they got there. So in this case, I think that it seems to be a result of your will to get to these particular ways to enter the spaces, the particular ways to access the building. I think that the materiality, obviously, there will be issues about what exactly happens in that skylight and how the wood becomes supported in the different conditions that you have. But I mean, I think that it captures a building that I think will be very rich, especially, and very intriguing. So in that regard, I think that you're probably going to need to slowly incorporate more conventional things that make the building, I mean, if you go back to the plan, to be fair to what I told to Rachel, the same issues about accessibility and wheelchairs and the stairs and how to get from point A to point B. And I would say that, try to keep incorporating those things that are going to come your way without losing your ability to kind of let your way of thinking about the building is still direct, where you're going, rather than the conventional things that are going to be more and more in front of you, diminish that uniqueness that you can bring to the project. So, I mean, I think it's a very interesting project for a first semester, full semester of architecture.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, that balance is something. It's really hard to. There's a lot of things to hold in your head, or for me currently, to hold about space, about restraints, about requirements for building, and that balance is still very difficult for me. And I think I've realized this building is not maybe the most constructible thing, and I realized this space doesn't necessarily function in circulation as well as I'd like to, and just looks like a lot of things to balance. But I'll definitely take that into consideration next semester, sure.
Yeah, and also conventional ways to draw dash lines and how things are. But I mean, I know, I think that I mean, probably Morgan can reflect on trying to. This first semester is a lot about trying to learn convention in terms of how you represent things in section, in plan. So that comes with the territory. You need to learn all those things, but you can do it while you maintain your idea. So I think it's at the end of the day, it's good for you to not necessarily be burdened with everything, you know, first from day one, but slowly it has to be clear that you're incorporating into your way of doing things. So Travis, Georgiana.
Yeah, so thank you, Stephen, for your presentation. I mean, I respect and I totally commend you for, you know, the honesty and in which you undertook this as a way of exploring the limits and also like the extent to which architecture can enable, you know, everyone, right? But therefore, you know, I would say like, okay, you're enabling some, not all, right? Issues of accessibility, of course, Juan already pointed at those. So, you know, I would say that yes, of course, it's overwhelming at times, but I mean, you know, if you want to go into it, I would say just go into it fully, right? I would say like the images are extremely alluring, and you know, we can talk about the merit of those images, right? But I would say that that the project is more than the creation of a final alluring image, right? That is also how, you know, how the organizational scheme, how a wall, how a door opens, how it closes here and it doesn't open somewhere else, right? So I would say that, you know, behind that narrative, there should be substantial ideas that relate to how you organize space, how you detail that space, right? You know, what is the value of an oblique wall versus an orthogonal one, right? And yeah, and how those things again, like how they're tied to to how things exist in the world, right? So I know you're getting there little by little, but you know, it is important to understand, like, well, if you have like a very strong premise and concept, and it is an exploration about otherness and how spaces other and how they don't, right? Then you have to really understand then what is the history behind architectural elements or spaces too, right? Because most of those spaces, most of those elements are also charged with gender. They're also charged with mechanisms of othering. You know, a corridor, like if you want to go for it, you know, read Robin Evans and what's Rooms, Doors, and Passages, magnificent reading. And it tells the history of the corridor, right? And how in the history of architecture, it started to appear as a mechanism of separating the served from the service, right? So I would encourage you to then also take a broader look at all of those things, right? So I think, like, yes, the issue of visuality, it's an interesting one to explore what you were saying, right? Like how issues of visuality transform how we see ourselves and how we are seen by others, right? But also I wonder in what other ways those mechanisms are enacted, empowered, or, you know, complicit in your own design, right? Or in the history of architecture. So I would encourage you, you know, not just to pause here, but use this moment also to reflect on your own work and the work of others in terms of the predicaments that you stated at the beginning. When it comes to the site though, if you go to your plan of the site, I have to say that, yeah, the site plan.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of your parking lot, right? But I mean, this is again the sort of things that, you know, if you want to challenge your studio prompt, do it all the way, right? I think, like, at this moment, if it is about encounter and self-exploration, we arrive from this to the site, right? But there are hints about what we're gonna get into, right? If we were to arrive to the site as pedestrians, right? If we were to arrive to the site through a vehicle, right? Maybe, you know, like the parking exists as the periphery of the site, right? And then we enter this unique experience, right? but it seems right now super alien and super enigmatic in a way that it might feel unsafe, right? So there are many things that need to be calibrated to get to what you are trying to produce, right? So for example, thinking about the heights of the perimeter walls might be a way to, to arrive to that. Thinking about, the ways and means of transportation by which one might arrive to your site, right? So there are, yes, of course, many other things that exist outside of what your building is doing, and also the perimeter of your building that also needs to be taken into consideration. So I'm going to stop there, but however, like I have to say, yes, the images are alluring and the project is very, very strong and powerful in both its premise and how it is, how it starts to manifest itself. But I would, encourage you to take a look at all the other components and their histories to also try to supersede them. All right, that's it.
Do you have a section, Stephen?
No, I didn't have time in section.
Okay, so this probably should be the last time in your time in School of Architecture that you present a project without a section.
Okay.
Make yourself that promise, right? That you will make Morgan happy.
Yeah, we'll all take that pledge, Stephen. We'll watch you take that pledge.
Yeah.
You cannot show us
Boy Scouts honor
of that space without showing us a picture. I mean, a section. So you cannot show that image without showing a section of that image.
Yeah,
Travis,
it's a critical design tool. I mean, you can't fully explore the design without a section. So, yeah. But I mean, those are all really good comments from Tatiana and Juan. I want to just make some macro comments about the idea and execution of an idea, and it's I'm imagining that you might be a little bit overwhelmed sometimes about like all the things you have to learn in your first design studio, like how to use all the software and all the, like Juan mentioned, the graphic standards and all these things that you have to learn, and trying to juggle that while holding onto an idea is a real challenge, and it actually never stops. It doesn't stop.
Lovely.
I'm like, oh, Juan will probably laugh because I'm almost a decade out of school and I'm still continually confronted by this tension between, the tools and the requirements and also the idea. Like, how do you hold on to that idea? And so all that is to say that, regardless of any criticisms or like deficiencies that you see in the project now, I think that holding onto the idea is really important to do, especially while you're still in school, because you don't really have time to do that outside of the school. So learning how to execute the design in a way that is satisfying and representative of what you have going on in your head is really important. So like, who cares if the bathroom is maybe 6 inches too small or whatever, right? Or the doors look funny or the circulation doesn't quite work. So I just wanted to say that as an encouragement, because the idea is really important to, like, school is the only time you have that real opportunity to dig in to primarily the design ideas. So with that said, I mean, I really appreciate I've actually never heard of a project presented in a way that you have an anti-precedent, and I actually like that idea a lot as a way to start. So I like the idea of this insular cloister-like building, and I see a lot of issues, like just practical issues that are a product of it being a first building design. And can you flip to the floor plan real quick? Like I feel like this is one of the issues of trying to balance the idea of like this exploration of being in a canyon or having a personal experience, but also being able to navigate the building from day to day and not want to pull your hair out. The repetition of these long corridors is problematic, and I would just like, there's another version of this where this starts to breathe a little bit. Once you get inside of it, it starts to open up and breathe a little bit more, where you can experience it as a cohesive group of students and not always be like trying to like turn sideways to let somebody pass you in the hallway,
right?
Sort of thing. So there's one precedent that I want to throw out there. Maybe you've already looked at it, but it's a project from Mauricio Rocha. It's a School of Plastic Arts in Oaxaca.
No, I don't know.
It's a different type of site and problem, but it's an insular school that has a really interesting method of creating privacy and then external and internal experience from people who are using it. And it's actually individual buildings that create a whole, but it just reminded me of the sort of cavernous quality of space that you have here. But
actually, that's a good. I didn't know, Travis, you have worked there, but I think that the work of Rocha and Carrillo at it will be a good precedent for you, Stephen, to look, because even if the organization in plan is very different, you have a lot of the interest in walls and materiality and the kind of richness of the character that comes from the materiality from early on in the conceptualization of the project is something that I think you will like from their work.
It sort of has a organic feeling of a medieval hill town, right? Hilltop town, where there's a hierarchy of organization and navigation that is like you brain dead intuitive. Like you could close your eyes and find the main square, or you can go off onto the side streets, but like you have to make a deliberate choice. I mean, there's ways to organize a very seemingly complicated, and I don't know how to do it. It's like magic, but a seemingly complicated formal resolution, but have an incredibly intuitive personal experience and going from point A to point B. So good work. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. So if there's no more comments, or Stephen, you don't have any other questions, then we'll probably.
Well, I mean, I have a million unresolved questions about
I know
this.
you do.
I guess first, Piergiano, I'm not quite sure about how you would propose to revise this site plan, and I guess I would be interested if you would want to talk to me more about that.
Sorry, it's just like to clarify, you have like a very sharp, thick border all around your site, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it does seem like it is by default and entirely closed up by a complete wall kind of site condition. It's been an exclusionary device, right? Leaving everything outside, right? But because we don't have a section, we don't see the height of that wall, right? And therefore, that's what I was saying. Like, you know, if you could clarify, or if you were able to actually, you know, show us in what ways you imagine those devices as being not as exclusionary devices, but rather inclusionary, those would be great, right?
Yeah, I understand. I just Morgan said to make the boundary thick, and I did it. It's obviously too thick, and it reads as a entire fence. Here's the fence. Here's pedestrian access. This is this nice railroad track. It's actually quite a beautiful space back here, and I would not fence that. It's not a used railroad track. It's actually a fantastic place for people to walk and to explore. I know this fence is not too high. It would grant you from this sidewalk like a few glances into this facade and to create some sort of wonder. I just found it possibly problematic that I'm encouraging a child's autonomy, but I'm not quite sure where to draw that line between autonomy and free range. And I mean, honestly, that's a dialogue I don't even know if I feel comfortable having, because I'm a 27-year-old man without a child, you know. So I propose a fence. I don't know what kind of fence it is. I can't really make that call. That would require me to talk to people like parents and stuff. about what they need out of that kind of stuff. But I just
Sometimes you
like
do have to
with
have
the
those.
parking lot.
You do have to make those decisions sometimes, right? Probably and hopefully always informed ones.
Yeah, I don't picture most of my career happening like in a small bedroom in Austin, Texas by myself for months at a time. I hope there's more interaction and dialogue that can come.
I hope so. I hope so too. Yes. Hopefully we will go back to normal soon, hopefully.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Stephen, for a very thoughtful presentation, as always. And thank you, reviewers, for your thoughtful comments as well. This was fun. Okay. I think we're done. Students, if you want to hang around for just a second, but other than that, reviewers, have a lovely evening.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you for having me.
Nice to
Bye.
meet you.
Good luck.
Bye. Good luck.
Bye, Travis. Bye, Juan. Bye.